Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The wind whispered through the treetops, leaves rustling in a rhythm that felt less like sound and more like breath. Twilight had cooled the air, but I barely registered it. I sat cross-legged near the forest's edge. Not deep inside like the night, I fought that grotesque stray devil, but far enough from town that no one would wander in. My eyes were closed, my breathing steady. My Zampicudo rested across my lap, perfectly still. I wasn't cultivating. I was here because I was tired of being caught off guard. First the devil nearly gutted me. Then Rias cornered me after Kendo. Then Aquino decided gravity and enthusiasm were valid weapons. Only one of those bothered me. But the pattern was the problem. I needed awareness. Not sight, not sound. Something deeper. I needed to feel what was around me. Everything alive gives off energy. Mana, spiritual pressure, life force, call it whatever you want. Since my Ryoryoku could already interpret mana, there was no reason I couldn't reverse the flow. Reach outward instead of inward. Sense instead of release. In theory, execution was the issue. I couldn't use Ryatsu. It was loud, blunt. Anyone with even basic sensitivity would notice it instantly, and humans would be crushed under it. Literally. No. This needed finesse. So I focused. Let my Ryoryoku bleed outward in thin, nearly non-existent threads. No pressure, no pulse, just presence. A probe feeling for the edges of what wasn't me. Nothing. Minutes stretched into hours. Then something. Small. Faint. Like embers buried under ash. I leaned into it, narrowing my awareness, tightening the flow. And then, ding. The familiar digital tone echoed in my mind. Behind my closed eyes, darkness lit up with pinpricks of light. Dozens of them. Firefly-bright signatures hovering all around me, 10 feet in every direction. Ants crawling through soil. Beetles clinging to bark. Birds shifting in branches. A fox nosing along the underbrush. I opened my eyes. New skill acquired. Energy sense, rank 1. By attuning your Ryoryoku to subtle ambient fluctuations, you can sense nearby living beings emitting natural, magical, or spiritual energy. Range, 10 feet, requires focused meditation. Detects all passively emitting entities unless energy is actively suppressed. Future ranks enable passive detection of humanoids within reduced ranges. I grinned. Yes. I shouted louder than intended. My Zampicudo vibrated faintly against my lap. Just a whisper, but I felt it. Emotion. Even that tiny spike had reached her. Another prompt overlaid the first. Ryoryoku Dominion detected. Adjusting energy sense scaling. Range recalculated. 10 feet, 40 feet. Rank 4 multiplier. I blinked, then exhaled. Still rank 4, I muttered. But I'll take it. I flopped back onto the grass, the scent of soil and pine filling my lungs. Above me, stars pierced the deepening indigo sky. 40 feet. That would have changed things. That night in the forest, I would have felt her before she moved, before the branch snapped, before the mouth opened, even the Aquino incident. I paused. I'm not sure I would have avoided that. The realization surprised me. Not because I enjoyed it. Well, maybe a little, but because I didn't want to dodge every unexpected moment anymore. That thought lingered uncomfortably. I pushed it aside. Kaneko had been tailing me again today. She was terrible at it, hiding behind light poles like Tony Chopper. I'd turn a corner, flash step once, and vanish. The frustration that must have caused her, and Rias, made me smirk. Lunch drifted into my thoughts. I kept my promise. Joined Rias and Aquino at their table. The school did not handle that calmly. 4 rumors within an hour. ORC recruitment. Dating both of them. Secret noble lineage. Hypnotized victim. Ignored. All of it. Lunch itself was normal. School talk, exams, clubs, kendo tournaments. Rias asked my opinion on books. Aquino teased relentlessly. Sometimes they argued over absurd things like tea preferences. They never pried. No questions about my past. My family. My aura. They let me exist. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Murayama and Kates have been busy lately. Different schedules. My absence from the dojo. But last Saturday we met for ramen, jokes, light sparring in an alley. That sense of belonging lingered. Friends. The word felt heavy. Could I have that now? Maybe. This time I wanted to try. I sat up, crossed my legs again, and let my awareness spread. Sleep could wait. I had a skill to grind. And maybe after that, that stray devil had said there were others. Day 44, Aquino's perspective. Sunlight poured through Kuo Academy's tall windows as I walked beside Rias, the halls humming softly with students heading toward lunch. I glanced at her, watching how the light caught in her crimson hair. "You're excited?" I teased. She shot me a look. "Am I? Emamichem. That look you get when you're about to see someone you like." She sighed. "It's lunch, Aquino." With Toshio, her eye twitch betrayed her. I laughed. When I asked why she wasn't moving faster with him, why not just offer him a place in her peerage, she surprised me. "He already knows," she said. Knows we're devils. She was waiting, building something real. Trust before power. That was so very Rias. Lunch had become a ritual. Calm, interesting, intimate in a quiet way. And Toshio, he fascinated me. Impossible to fluster. Impossible to read. So I decided to break him. Not cruelly, just enough to see what lay beneath. And when we reached the cafeteria, I acted. I sat on his right. Rias hesitated, then sat on his left. Perfect. We boxed him in, pressed in, talked like nothing was happening. And for the first time, he blushed. Just barely. But it was there. Victory. When he stood to leave and thanked us for lunch, I felt something settle in my chest. After he was gone, I leaned toward Rias. "Well," she glared, then blushed. "Maybe." I smiled. Lunches with Toshio were no longer just interesting. They were dangerous. And day 94, Toshio's perspective. 5th period. Science. The teacher was talking about molecular orbitals, ionic charge gradients, or some other topic that only mattered if you couldn't build the model in your head and check in seconds. I hadn't genuinely listened since the first week of school. With perfect memory and a physics background that made most textbooks feel like children's stories, high school was less education and more attendance. My attention drifted sideways. The seats next to mine were empty. Rias on my left, Aquino on my right. Gone again, just like yesterday, and the day before that. Devil business, most likely. They never explained, and I never asked. We weren't in that stage of whatever this was. Friendship, flirting, a slow-motion negotiation where no one wanted to admit the stakes. Still, their absence was distracting in a way I didn't like. At first, it had been simple. Lunches together. They'd sit across from me while I stayed in my usual corner of the cafeteria, the one with the widest view and the least noise. I pretend not to notice how people watched them as they walked, how the room seemed to rearrange itself around their presence. Nobility wasn't just posture with them. It was gravity. Then Aquino had escalated it. The day they sat on either side of me, close enough that accident stopped being a believable excuse. And somehow that became routine. Aquino would glide in first, smiling like she already knew my next thought. She always sat just close enough, a thigh brushing mine, hair ticking my cheek when she leaned in, a hand that hovered too near my wrist for too long. She created moments the way other people created conversation. Rias followed with her queenly composure, as if sitting beside me had been her plan from the start rather than Aquino's chaos spreading into her space. She never admitted she was matching Aquino. She just did. By the second week, I'd stopped reacting. By the third, it was normal. Now both were gone, and lunch felt wrong. Not bad exactly. Not tragic. Just hollow. I didn't realize how much I'd adjusted to them until the silence swallowed me whole and my food tasted blander despite being the same ridiculous cafeteria masterpiece. Aquino's physicality wasn't just flirting. It wasn't the cheap, overeager hunger you saw in hormonal teenagers. It was warmth, presence, intentional touch that made you feel like you weren't invisible. And I've been invisible for a long time. In my old life, intimacy had been rare and careless. A memory of dim rooms and too much alcohol. I barely remembered my first time, only the burn of tequila and the vague sense that I'd been young enough to think it mattered. With Aquino, even the shamelessness felt real. And Rias surprised me. She got competitive. Not openly, never enough to break her composure, but the pattern was obvious once I noticed it. If Aquino brushed my arm, Rias would casually touch my hand. If Aquino leaned in with a joke, Rias would suddenly need a private word, close enough that I could feel her breath. Sometimes she blushed. Sometimes she pouted. Once, she rested her head on my shoulder with a sigh about noble burdens, and I was almost certain she checked to see if Aquino noticed. It was cute, annoyingly cute, and somewhere along the line, something started to grow in me. Not the dramatic kind of feeling you named too quickly and regretted. Not love. Not yet. Not anything that reckless. Warmth, maybe, or the craving for it. Like pouring water into a desert that had forgotten what rain felt like. Every drop disappearing too fast. Leaving thirst behind, sharper than before. I didn't know what to do with it. I just knew I didn't want it to end. Maybe they sensed that. My lack of resistance was its own answer. Maybe even encouragement. Because lately they'd gotten bolder, more comfortable. Aquino's hand on my knee during lunch. Rias leaning on my desk to speak in a low voice that made the world narrow around her words. Sometimes she'd lean against me while I read, as if sharing warmth was casual, as if it hadn't quietly become important. Some afternoons they walked with me toward the Kendo Club before vanishing off to do ORC things. I didn't ask where they went, not because I didn't know, but because it felt good being seen off like I mattered. They'd tell me when they were ready. I wasn't in a hurry. Kendo, at least, was going well. The teaching part. 3 girls I trained entered regionals this month. All 3 placed top 10. One took 3rd, then placed top 20 at nationals. Kuo had never even qualified before. Now the trophy case had something worth dusting. But personally, I'd hit a plateau. No real sparring partners meant my Zanjutsu and advanced swordsmanship were stagnating. Training beginners reinforced fundamentals, but it didn't force evolution. And I needed evolution. The club treated me like I was carved out of tradition itself. They call me Amano Sensei, like I was a real adult. I try to get them to just say Toshio. Even Toshio Sensei would have been fine. No one budged. Cultural respect was stubborn like that. The odd part was how flirting had mostly died. Not school-wide, obviously. The gossip was worse than ever. Apparently, I was engaged to Rias, being seduced by Aquino, or trapped in some dramatic triangle. Someone on the message board wrote a full theory that I was the runaway heir of a European oil dynasty hiding in Japan under an alias, while rival factions sent Rias and Aquino to seduce me into signing away control of the company. A K-drama. In my life, I should have been annoyed. Instead, I gave them a mental A for creativity. The bell rang. I stood, snapped out of my thoughts, gathered my things, and moved through the hallway on autopilot. Locker, bathroom, then back toward class 1A for 6th period. I braced myself for empty seats again. So when I stepped into the classroom and saw them both already there, I froze for half a second in the doorway. Rias in her seat, posture straight, red hair spilling like fire over her shoulder. Aquino beside her, leg crossed elegantly, twirling a pen like it was a ritual tool. And sitting to Rias's left, a blond boy in Kuoa's uniform. Tall, athletic, immaculate. The kind of face that looked sculpted rather than grown into. But it wasn't his appearance that caught me. It was his presence. Cold, quiet, compressed. Not detached like mine. More like someone who had folded inward and decided the outside world wasn't worth the effort. I knew that look. Rias noticed me and lifted a hand, beckoning. I walked over, eyes flicking once to the new guy, then back to her. New transfer. Sort of, Rias said, smiling softly. His name is Yudo Kiba. I helped him out of a difficult situation recently and got him enrolled here. Weight hid behind those words. She didn't elaborate. I didn't push. I didn't need to. I bowed slightly. Toshio Amano. Nice to meet you. Kiba looked up slowly, studying me like he wasn't sure I belonged in the room. After a long beat, he bowed in return. Yudo Kiba, he said quietly. Nice to meet you. Rias's tone turned lighter. Toshio is also the captain of the Kendo club. That made Kiba's eyes shift, just a flicker. The first sign of life. I tilted my head. You practice swordsmanship? He nodded once. I do. Want to spar sometime? A pause. Long enough to almost become a refusal. Then, I think I'd like that. Akino leaned forward, smiling, but her expression was gentler than usual. Toshio's a good friend of ours, she told Kiba. You'll probably be seeing a lot of him. Kiba looked between them, measuring something silently. His gaze lingered on Rias like he was asking a question without words. Rias gave the tiniest shrug. Unreadable. I had a pretty good guess what he was asking. Whether I knew what they were. I did. They didn't know I did. I'll let it pass. You should stop by the Kendo Club after school. I offered. Space to spar, and you won't have to deal with the hallway crowd. Kiba nodded. I'll come. I slid into my seat, between the two queens of Kuo, like the past 3 days had never happened. Akino angled her head toward me. Rias leaned in slightly, voice low. Thank you, she said sincere, for trying to include him. I kept my tone dry. If he's a good sparring partner, that's optimal resource acquisition. Practical self-interest. Rias huffed a laugh. Akino giggled. I swear, Rias murmured. One day you're going to say something emotional and ruin your whole brand. Maybe. Students were still trickling in. The board was still blank. For the first time in 3 days, I felt anchored. Not whole, but closer. And before I could overthink it, I said it quietly, flatly, like stating a fact. I missed you both. They froze. Rias stiffened like the words had hit her physically. Akino's breath caught. Rias turned toward me, eyes wide, cheeks flushing fast. Akino blinked, then laughed softly, almost nervous, pink creeping up her face too. I frowned. What? Akino covered her mouth, giggling more genuinely now. Rias turned forward again, pretending very hard to be composed. The corner of her mouth betrayed her. I can't believe you can say that with a straight face, Rias muttered, still not looking at me. It's the truth. Rias's laugh slipped out, small and helpless. Of course it is. Then, without warning, warmth wrapped around my neck from the left. Soft arms. A familiar scent. I turned my head and found Akino close. Far too close. Smiling with her eyes closed like she decided this was her reward. Well, for the record, Toshio-chan, we missed you too. I exhaled through my nose, resigned. Then I felt it. Soft lips against my left cheek. My eyes widened. Not subtle. Not controlled. Akino pulled back immediately and returned to her seat like nothing had happened. Chin resting on her hand, smile sweet and satisfied. That's a reward, she said, voice light, for telling us how you felt. My fingers touched my cheek where she'd kissed me. And my energy sense, always on now, registered something heavy and furious to my immediate right. I looked over. Rias was standing with her hands on her hips. If looks carried power of destruction, Akino would have been ash. I blinked, genuinely confused. Rias? Everything okay? Rias blinked once, forced her aura down when she noticed me watching, then snapped her glare back at Akino. We'll be speaking about this later, she said, voice tight enough to promise consequences. Akino only chuckled softly behind me, pleased with herself in a way that should have been illegal. Then a sharp ripple of irritation cut through the room. Sona's Citri approached, her aura crisp and controlled, disappointment layered over annoyance like polished steel. She adjusted her glasses, less a tick and more a ritual of reclaiming order. Is there a problem, Rias? Sona asked, voice clipped enough to cut paper. And do I really need to ask you not to cause a scene in the middle of a classroom? Rias's glare shifted, then settled into something smoother. Her aura reined itself in. No, Sona, she said flat and polite. Sorry for the disruption. She didn't look sorry. Sona rolled her eyes and returned to her seat. Class began, but it didn't matter. I felt like I was sitting at the center of a silent battlefield. Not violence. Tension. Phones were already out on our desks. Thumbs moving, screens glowing. The story was being written in real time, and none of it would resemble the truth. Queen versus queen. Civil war. Sona joining the fight. Something delusional enough to become a legend by the end of the day. I stared at the front board, listening to none of it. Is this what awkward feels like? Annoying. After school. By the end of the day, Rias's anger had cooled from volcanic to simmering. Still there. Still crackling. Especially when Aquino smiled like she'd won something private. When the final bell rang, I stood and walked over to Kiba. Want to walk with me to the Kendo Hall? I asked. You probably don't know where it is yet. He blinked, then nodded. That would help. We'll all go together, Rias said suddenly, rising with queenly certainty. Aquino stood beside her like she'd been waiting to pounce. Wouldn't want to miss the show. Of course they were coming. The walk was quiet, not uncomfortable, just watchful. Rias walked closer to me than usual. Our arms didn't touch, but the space between us was thin. Intentional. I didn't mind. People stared anyway. I caught pieces of conversation as we passed. New guy's gorgeous. He looks like a prince. Why are all four of them together? Are they like the Four Kings? My eyebrow twitched at that last one. We reached the Kendo Hall. Club members were already filtering in. The moment they saw me, conversation died. Good afternoon, Amano-sensei. A synchronized bow followed. First years, second years, even third years. I returned a simple nod. Efficient. Ritual. Behind me, I felt Rias, Aquino, and Kiba pause. Surprise. Curiosity. Kiba's attention sharpened like he'd just spotted a weapon rack. Wait here, I said, gesturing toward the edge of the sparring area. I need a change. Kiba started loosening his collar, rolling his sleeves, testing his shoulders like his body had finally remembered what purpose felt like. I went into the locker room and changed into my captain's uniform. Black, sleeveless, ridiculous for a high school kendo club. And still, somehow it fit. When I stepped back out, the reaction hit instantly. Rias blinked, caught off guard. Aquino's eyes widened with open approval that she didn't even bother to hide. Right? They hadn't seen my arms before. No sleeves meant no hiding definition. I wasn't bulky, but the muscle was there, clean and functional, the kind earned through repetition and survival rather than posing. I ignored their expressions and cleared my throat. Rias, Aquino, stand off to the side with the club. It'll be safer. They moved, joining the growing semicircle of curious girls. Whispers started immediately. Is that the new guy? He's sparring with Amano-sensei? He's gonna lose. He's cute, though. Kiba stiffened at the last one. The numbness drained out of him, replaced by something sharper. I tossed him a shernai. He caught it one-handed and tested the weight with slow, controlled swings. Fluid. Intentional. Not a beginner. Don't hold back, I told him. If you do, you'll lose. Kiba glanced at Rias. She gave him the smallest nod. His grip tightened. I turned to Hozuki near the storage cubbies. Hozuki, ref this one. Her eyes went wide. Then she grinned like I'd handed her a front row seat to a festival. Yes, sensei. Happily. She stepped into the center and bowed to both of us. Protective armor? No, I said. I don't need it, Kiba echoed. A ripple of gasps moved through the club. Hozuki took her position, lifted her hand, and called, Ready, begin. The room went quiet. Kiba moved first. Fast. Faster than any human should be, if he was using even a fraction of what Rias had given him. I met him. Bamboo cracked against bamboo. Footwork snapped. Distance closed and reopened like breathing. He escalated. I matched. He pushed. I adjusted. I wasn't reacting. I was reading. He felt it. I saw it in his eyes. You're not bad, he said between strikes, sweat already forming at his brow. Likewise, I replied. I hadn't broken a sweat. His pride caught fire. He dipped deeper into his strength. The strikes became heavier, sharper, faster. The club girls gasped at the sound alone. Then Kiba pulled wide, circled, set his feet. His posture screamed intent. Rias's voice cut through the room. Kiba, stop. Too late. Kiba committed fully. A downward strike meant to end it. I moved. One pivot. No wasted motion. My shernai rose and cut across with a snap, so clean the sound hit like a gunshot. Crack! Kiba stumbled past me from his own momentum, skidding across the polished floor. He turned, breath ragged, and stared down at his shernai, broken clean in half. I stepped forward calm and tapped his shoulder lightly with the broken end of my own shernai, also cracked from the impact. "And that's the match," I said, neutral. Silence. Then, very quietly, something changed in Kiba's expression. Not anger, not defeat, motivation, like someone who'd finally found a wall worth climbing. Yudo Kiba's perspective. No human should have been able to do that. Yet he had. Toshio Amano wasn't sweating. His breathing hadn't changed. His eyes were steady in a way that made my skin prickle. I had pushed my speed, my strength, my instincts, and he had met me with minimal motion and maximum efficiency. Not just matching, anticipating, like he could see my decision before I made it. "There's no way you're human," I said, low enough that no one else could hear. He shrugged. "I think about that a lot, actually." My shernai lay broken in my hands like proof that the world had rules I didn't understand. But for the first time since dying and waking up again, I felt something I thought I'd lost. A reason to move forward. Rias's perspective. When Toshio stepped out in that sleeveless uniform, my breath caught. I'd felt his strength before through small touches and passing contact, but seeing it openly was different. Clean lines, refined definition, power shaped by purpose. And then the match started, and every assumption I'd made about him shattered one by one. Kiba pushed his speed. Toshio stayed calm. Kiba escalated. Toshio adjusted. Then Kiba went too far. "Kiba, stop." I called, panic slipping in. Too late. The clash cracked through the room. Kiba's shernai split. Toshio didn't even look rattled. That wasn't human. It couldn't be. The club began whispering or rising like a tide. Not good. I extended a subtle pulse of magic. Memory manipulation, gentle and controlled. Not erasing the match, just smoothing the edge. Let them remember an impressive spar, not an impossible one. The tension eased, except beside me. Aquino was leaning against the wall with that expression. The one I hated. The one that meant she was enjoying this in a way that made my life harder. Of course she was. I stepped forward composed. That was quite the match. Kiba stared at Toshio again, as if trying to rewrite reality. "There's no way you're human." Toshio only shrugged. I drew Kiba aside, voice low. "We'll talk later about holding back." Kiba dipped his head slightly, shame flickering. Then Toshio surprised me. He bowed. "Thank you for the match." Kiba blinked, then bowed back. "Same to you." Toshio's mouth quirked. "We should do it more often. Maybe with real swords next time." No crowd. Even I froze at that. Kiba hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, sure." Toshio turned, dry humor returning like armor. "Time to get back to my disciples." He started to leave. Then he reached back and touched my upper arm, a small pull that stopped me. I turned. His hand, his arm, then his face. He glanced toward the still whispering girls, then back at me. "Thank you for doing that," he said softly. My eyes widened. He noticed. "How?" I felt heat climb my neck, but I managed a small smile. "I'll see you tomorrow." His expression shifted, real, not polite. "I'm looking forward to it." My stomach fluttered in a way I refused to analyze. As I walked away, one thought settled in with quiet certainty. Aquino wasn't going to get any more firsts. Not if I had anything to say about it. The soft clack of polished shoes echoed through the empty but decorated hallways of the old-school building as Sona Citri made her way toward the occult research clubroom. Beside her, as always, was her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, calm, composed, and carrying herself with silent dignity, as she expected her servants to act. The two of them cut a contrasting image against the faintly Gothic corridors of the interior, a structure that Kuo Academy no longer officially used, except, of course, for the Gremory heiress' personal sanctum. Sona let her gaze drift across the hall, eyes narrowing slightly. "The amount of over-design in this place is absurd," she muttered. The dark red wood of the walls, the carefully spaced chandeliers, the velvet-carpeted stairs leading to the second floor. It all screamed indulgence. The smell of imported incense lingered faintly, mixing with fresh polish and sweet tea leaves. It felt more like a noble's estate than a clubroom. Then again, Rias was a noble, and she'd certainly never apologize for acting like one. Tsubaki gave a soft hum beside her, saying nothing, though Sona could guess what she was thinking. She always could. The student council room is cleaner, brighter, functional, Sona continued, as if defending herself from some unseen critic. This is all just aesthetic. Impractical aesthetic. Tsubaki nodded again, though Sona detected the barest hint of a smile on her lips. But Sona's thoughts weren't truly on interior design. No, her reason for coming today was far more pressing. I need answers, she thought. Answers about a certain anomaly. Toshio Amano. She didn't like mysteries. And Toshio. He was a walking contradiction wrapped in an enigma. From the day he enrolled, he'd matched her academic record exactly. Every test, every quiz, every essay. 100% across the board. No one had ever done that besides her. Not even in subjects outside her specialization. Not even once. Sona prided herself on academic dominance. On excellence. On control. But this boy, he didn't even try. She'd watch him in class. No note-taking. No flashcards. No eye contact with the board. Half the time, he looked like he was thinking about a different subject entirely, if not reading something unrelated beneath his desk. She hadn't seen him so much as study a single line from one of the assigned textbooks. And still he produced perfect results. Every assignment turning on time, and every exam a perfect score. Sona now had a stake in how Kuo Academy functioned. She had set the academic bar higher than it was before, not just to match her standards, but to weed out the delinquents and those not serious about their education. Despite the increased difficulty, it didn't faze Toshio a single iota. She had suspected cheating. Of course she had, but she'd seen the books he brought with him during free periods and lunch. The Road to Reality. Quantum field theory. Three-dimensional topology. Phenomenology of spirit. Not just complex, obscure, somewhere beyond college level, crossing over into the territory. Even more surprising, he read these in English. As far as she could find out from school records and her own investigation, he was a native-born Japanese kid. How could he read texts like those in English? Even native speakers would feel like they were reading another language with texts of that level. It was absurd. Occasionally, she'd see him read something completely opposite, like Lord of the Wings. To her understanding, it was a fantasy novel series about giant eagles or something. She hadn't gathered much from her investigation either. He had no family on record, only a basic life insurance inheritance. Quiet, private, emotionally distant. And now, somehow, also captain of the Kendo Club, one that had placed 3 girls in the top 10 at regionals this year, with 1 making it to nationals. And as if all of that weren't suspicious enough, Rias and Aquino were always by his side, like they were orbiting him. No one pulled those two. No one. Something was off. And if Rias wasn't going to tell her, then Sona would extract it herself. She reached the ornate double doors of the ORC room and opened them without knocking. The scent of hibiscus tea and parchment hit her immediately. Inside, Rias Gremory sat at her desk, legs crossed regally, a small stack of devil contracts resting before her. Aquino stood nearby in her usual maid-like stance, pouring steaming tea with the poise of priestess. Kaneko was curled up on a couch, absently munching on a taiyaki. Kiba was nowhere to be seen, likely out on a contract run. Rias looked up and smiled. Sona, how rare. Rias, Sona greeted coolly, stepping inside. I hope I'm not interrupting your decor appreciation time. Not at all, Rias replied with a chuckle. We were just going over our weekly reports. Please have a seat. Sona accepted the offer and sat on the sofa next to Rias' desk. Tsubaki, ever the silent sentinel, took her place behind her. Rias set down her pen and circled around the desk, leaning against its front edge with casual grace. Her smile was serene, almost too serene. Sona didn't waste time. I'm here about Toshio. Rias blinked once, then tilted her head ever so slightly. Are you? What is he? That gave Rias pause. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, as if pondering a trivia question. You know, Sona, she said slowly, I'm not really sure. She smiled, like she was deliberately withholding something. Sona's eyes narrowed. You're not sure? You spend nearly every lunch with him. Aquino practically hangs off him like a shadow. And yet you don't know what he is. Rias shrugged. He hasn't revealed anything. Not directly. He has some kind of power, but he keeps it well contained. Though, we haven't asked either. She tapped her chin with a delicate finger. That's dangerous. Rias, Sona said sharply. You're the head of a noble peerage. You bring an unknown anomaly into your orbit, and you don't even screen him? You don't probe for his identity? Being in our territory, all for his allegiance? He could very well be a disguised threat from one of our enemies. Rias let out a laugh, short, musical, and utterly amused. Sona didn't see the joke. I'm serious. I know, Rias said, still smiling. Then she let it drop. A ripple of pressure expanded outward as Rias released a sliver of her magical aura, dark and powerful, like fire wrapped in the abyss. The room darkened just slightly, enough to convey the message. I don't appreciate you calling him a threat. Rias had an eerie smile, but a glare that could cause something to spontaneously combust. Which she could. Sona had seen it before. Sona stiffened, mildly taken aback. She glanced at Tsubaki, who remained stone-faced, though her hand had shifted closer to her pocket, ready, but not reacting yet. Sona folded her hands over her knee. I don't mean disrespect, but he is an anomaly, and I trust him, Rias said simply. Sona frowned. How could Rias trust him with such blind faith? After a beat, she sighed. Fine, I'll trust your judgment. For now. Good, Rias said with her usual regal sweetness. Aquino, ever on cue, appeared with a second teacup and placed it delicately before Sona. Would you care for tea? Sona accepted with a nod. Thank you. Tsubaki declined with a shake of her head. The mood in the room settled slightly. Rias took a small sip of her own tea before glancing sideways at Sona. For what it's worth, he sparred with Kiba 3 days ago. Matched him strike for strike. Even when Kiba went all out. The cup paused at Sona's lips. She knew exactly what Rias meant by that. What? Rias smirked over her rim. You heard me. That's... Sona started, but couldn't finish. Impossible? No. She'd already accepted that possibility the moment she walked in. His intellect alone seemed impossible. Still, the idea of a human, not a reincarnated devil nor angel, not a sacred gear user, just a human, matching a knight's speed and strength? Absurd. And yet, she cleared her throat, returning to composure. I see. Her eyes flicked up toward Rias, calculating. You haven't claimed him yet. No, Rias admitted. Not yet. Sona considered. Then perhaps I'll extend an offer. Maybe a game of chess at the very least. That made Rias' smile tighten. With your personality? Rias said. I doubt you'll get very far. Sona blinked. What does that mean? You and he are too similar, Rias said, tone light but pointed. And you know what happens when two people try to outlogic each other. I assumed logic would create compatibility, Sona said evenly. Predictable frameworks lead to sustainable interactions. Aquino let out a quiet giggle. Rias laughed again. Go ahead and try. I don't think you can offer him something worth his time. She set her cup down. Sona narrowed her eyes at that, briefly glancing at Rias' chest. It couldn't be that, could it? Toshio didn't seem the type, yet he never did tell them to stop. Sona felt a glimmer of inadequacy before she perished the thought. In any case, I'll be revealing our true nature to him before summer break. I've already decided. Sona raised an eyebrow. So soon? Why involve him? He's only a human after all. Just because we have to know his cards doesn't mean we have to reveal ours. Rias nodded. He can handle it, and I'd rather him hear it from me than someone else. Rias gave Sona a pointed look. Sona narrowed her eyes in an accusatory fashion. You're planning on telling him and inviting him to your peerage. Sona stated, rather than asked. Actually, that's where you'd be wrong. I just feel like telling him. We're friends after all, and friends shouldn't keep secrets. Rias grinned. The hypocrisy was not lost on Sona. Sona took another slow sip, thinking, very well. I'll wait until after summer break, then, provided you will as well. I would appreciate it if you did. Sona noticed that Rias didn't agree to those terms. She rose gracefully from the couch. Thank you for the tea. Aquino bowed slightly, though Sona noticed something odd. Her knuckles were white around the tray, her expression just a little too distant. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aquino stated without her usual gentle politeness. It was neutral, very unlike Aquino, based on Sona's previous interactions with the Queen Piece. Sona filed the observation away. She turned to leave, Tsubaki falling into step behind her. As the heavy door shut behind them, Sona exhaled slowly. They walked out of the building and walked toward the direction of the student council room. Tsubaki glanced at her. Did you get the intel you needed? Not entirely, Sona replied. But I have enough. Enough to make a choice. Do you think Rias would try to recruit him? Tsubaki's tone was neutral, but had a lilt of curiosity mixed in. Knowing her, undoubtedly. You heard what she said. Sona looked down and thought. But for some reason, I have a feeling he won't join. He never asked to be around them, yet they constantly surround him. It appears like we're quite similar, so I bet I can establish stronger rapport with him. Tsubaki merely nodded. They moved down the hall, their steps echoing once more. I'm not going to lose to Rias on this one, Sona said, more to herself than her queen. I'll recruit him before she does. Tsubaki smiled faintly, but said nothing. But inside, Sona's mind was already racing. Planning. Scheming. Toshio Amano, you're not getting away from both of us. Especially not from me. At her king's proclamation, Tsubaki remained silent. XXX. Day 101. Toshio Perspective. It was the last day before summer break. The halls buzzed with anticipation, students whispering about fireworks, beach trips, last-minute cram sessions before their clubs shut down for the season. Even Sona looked less uptight than usual, which felt like a minor apocalypse in itself. But I wasn't thinking about summer. I replayed a certain crimson-haired beauty's words again, more vivid than the hum of the student body, the static of so many shifting lives gathering into the last hours of semester. Can you stop by the clubroom after class? I need to talk to you. It's important. The pause before important, that unsure inhale, was the breath before a door opened that wouldn't close again. This felt serious. Her eyes were steady, her aura calm but firm. The way she said it almost sounded like an invitation. Or maybe a confession? Not likely. I already knew what it was, of course. Probably. That's the thing about probability. It always leaves room for the chance of something unexpected happening. I was actually wondering when she would tell me. I had a running bet with myself initially that it would have been days after Kiba and I's first spar. I was wrong, of course, but I wasn't heading to the ORC just yet. After the last class of the day, I met up with Kiba near the lockers. Hey Kiba, would you like to spar? The Kendo Hall is empty. Our last meet until after break was yesterday, so it'll just be us. Kiba looked like he knew what I was implying. He responded soon after. Sure, I don't have to be at the ORC until a little later. He finishes his exchange of items with his locker and closes it, and we make our way to the Kendo Hall. After we set our things down, I led him to the sparring mat and turned to face him. He looked at me in minor confusion. He wanted to know where the Shernais were. Ready for a real match? I asked with a challenging smirk. He looked at me, surprised. Like, with real swords? I thought you were just kidding before. I don't kid about my endeavors. I gave him a flat look. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I don't think I've ever heard you even joke around. Just that same dry humor. He blew air from his nose in place of a laugh. I would prefer not to. Rias would end me if I hurt you, Kiba said, trying to blow me off. He really thinks. Do you even have swords for us to use? They tend to be expensive, and sparring with them can damage them pretty badly. Wasting no words, I reached out in front of me, my hand disappearing. Kiba's eyes snapped to attention. Slowly, I dragged my sword out of my inventory, spatial magic for those not in the know. Those static sparks and licks of electricity dance across the edge of the blade at its border to my gamer storage, until it's completely drawn out. First battle against another sword. Let's do this, and maybe have fun. Together. I squeezed the handle, hoping my thoughts were relayed. Kiba was now wide-eyed in shock, taking a hesitant step back like he just saw a ghost. It's not what you're thinking. This is the one and only sword I can produce. So go ahead and make your own. Kiba now was at a complete loss for words. I did just allude to knowing what his sacred gear was. Eventually, he recovered, shaking his head from shock. He raised his arm and flicked it down, a pitch-black longsword a bit longer than my katana. I didn't flinch. Yeah, there's no way you're human, at least not completely. There are no sacred gears that match the description of the abilities you've shown so far, especially what you just did with your sword. The only explanation is that you're a magician, and Bucho told me none of them have the physical capabilities you have. I shrugged. As of now, I am 100% human. I just happen to have a few things most people don't. Certainly not a lie. And the way you said, you probably know what we are, don't you? Kiba stated rather than asked, his stance becoming a bit guarded, for some reason. Why does that even matter? Can we start? Huh, look at me getting impatient. Kiba didn't look like he was very happy that I dodged his question. He sighed, and slowly lifted his blade up to get into his initial battle stance. Oh, before we start, I willed my equipment screen to come up. My body flashed a white light, and I was suddenly in my black shahakusho. It's only fitting. He looked even more confused as I revealed more of my abilities. Let his little mind think. I shifted into my battle stance. First blood wins. I couldn't help but smirk. Kiba, surprisingly, reciprocated. Sound good. Go all out. No holding back. He lifted an eyebrow. You sure? Completely. He nodded once, and then he vanished. He came at me fast, blade sweeping low, forcing a quick backstep. I blocked cleanly, our swords clanging with a satisfying note of steel on steel. No shurnai this time. Real weight, real edge, real stakes. Sparks exploded off our blades like a miniature firework. Good. Kiba pressed, a diagonal upward cut whistling inches from my jaw, then, without telegraph, snapped it into a lateral sweep. I ducked it, felt the wind of the blade ruffle my hair, and countered with a thrust for his chest. He pivoted out with a dancer's grace, the tip of my sword missing by a fraction. We reset, circling. His transitions were sharp, smooth. His footwork had improved since the last spar. I sidestepped and parried, the ringing sound echoing through the empty dojo. You're quicker today, I noted. You said to go all out, he replied, breath even. Our swords sang as they moved, the sound echoing off the walls, each strike filled with intent and purpose. Kiba lunged forward, his movements fluid and controlled, while I matched a move for move, my black shahakusho fluttering in the breeze created by our swift exchanges. I dipped low and lunged, aiming for his shoulder, but he parried and twisted out of the way. Another exchange, 3 strikes in quick succession. He met them all. I had to admit, he was good. I could feel myself having to use Ryu-Ryoku reinforcement again. Tiny pulses of energy weaving through muscle and tendon, augmenting each step, each swing, just enough to meet his devil-enhanced strength. And that annoyed me. My base physique stat was B-. My ho-ho also B-. Even with high ranks in agility and shuanpa, I still had to augment with spiritual power just to keep up with the knight. One of the fastest rolls in a devil's period, sure, but not exactly top tier in raw destructive power. And he was still just a low-class devil. So what gave? Was it a race difference? Did being a devil shift the scale of the letter grades that much? Or maybe it was exponential scaling, and I was still too low on the curve to realize it. Some part of me wanted to ask the system. Another part of me wanted to keep fighting until I found the answer the old-fashioned way. Whatever it was, I didn't like it. I didn't want to have to rely completely on Ryu-Ryoku to solve all my problems. I wanted raw stat capability. Plus, the higher my base stats, the more powerful I would become when I did use Ryu-Ryoku enhancements. Still, I couldn't deny it. Kiba was sharp. His style was polished, trained. If I had to guess, he was working within the foundation of a known form. Maybe the 9th or 10th kata of a traditional knight-based sword style, adapted for his speed. I, on the other hand, was stuck at advanced swordsmanship rank 3. Stagnating. Improvising. Without style. applying logic and memory to close gaps, rather than special techniques or sword forms. Coasting on the fundamentals. I hoped my Zanpakuto spirit would change that. I didn't know how exactly, but I had this feeling deep in my bones that she knew something. Something old, something personal, a style not born from manuals or tradition, but from pain, from truth. If anyone could teach me how to fight like myself, it would be her. I hoped I got to see her again. I wonder if she felt the same. Kiba came again, a rapid 3-hit combo aimed to break my guard. I slipped to the side and turned his blade aside with the flat of mine. Sparks flew as our swords met, sending cascades of light scattering across the room, illuminating our figures in a dance of combat. Each step we took was deliberate, each strike calculated, as we tested each other's strengths and weaknesses. "You're pushing harder today," I said. He grinned, eyes sharp. "You keep matching me. I have to stay ahead." I returned the smile. "Good. Keep going." My movements were calculated and precise, my strikes landing with deadly accuracy. Kiba, on the other hand, moved with fluid grace and speed, his sword a blur of motion as he sought an opening in my defenses. I had none. The difference between basic and advanced, most likely. We clashed again, blade to blade, shoulder to shoulder. I pivoted inside his guard and pushed him back with a low sweep, forcing him into a short hop to avoid a trip. His movements were faster now, cleaner. He was learning, even mid-fight, not just falling into form, but improvising, trying new angles, new footwork. He even attempted a rising upward stab I hadn't seen from him before. It almost worked. "Where did you pull that from?" I asked, deflecting the thrust with a twist of my wrist. "You've inspired me," he said with a smirk. I chuckled, short and genuine. "You're better than I thought." He probably didn't know I was referring to his innate talent to wield a blade. A blur of movement as we locked again. Strike, parry, disengage, re-engage. I noticed it then, how quickly he was catching up, how far he'd come in just one fight. I'd been worried before that he wouldn't push me, that he wouldn't be enough. If we kept this up, if he kept improving like this, by third year, we'd both be pushing the boundaries of the beginner ranks of master swordsmanship. And with my combat instruction skill, I could help him get there, help him grow faster than he ever could in canon. We'd push each other, evolve together. Honestly, it felt good. I hadn't had a proper rival in anything physical since I could remember, especially not in this life. Even watching the anime, Kiba never felt that strong. Solid, yes, at least in swordsmanship, but not groundbreaking. Based on the scenes from the first 2 seasons, he was only slightly ahead of where I was now, and I was just finishing my first term of first year. He often relied on his sacred gear over sword talent. That stagnation had to come from a lack of proper sparring partners. Sparring with Kaneko does not make a good match for a swordsman to get better. That was going to change. The gap was going to shrink. I lunged, Kiba parried, and countered with a spinning arc aimed at my shoulder. I ducked under and hooked his wrist with my free hand, twisting until he had to pivot back to avoid being disarmed. He spun wide, regained footing, and smiled. I returned the smile. We reset, about 10 feet of distance between us. "Well, Kiba, let's see if you can keep up with this." I smirked. My form blurred and disappeared. Kiba reacted, desperately twisting his body to block the overhead strike. "Come on, that was a slow one." I vanished again. Steel met steel once more. Triple X. Ria's perspective. Kiba was late, which was strange. He was usually punctual, especially when I asked him to be somewhere on time. I was just about to comment on it when the door creaked open, and in walked my knight, golden hair tousled slightly, uniform still neat despite the summer heat. "You're late," I said, lifting my gaze from the contract reports on my desk. And then I saw who followed him in. Toshio. I blinked, momentarily caught off guard. I hadn't expected them to arrive together. I had invited Toshio personally at lunch, told him I needed to speak with him after class about something important. As always, his response had been vague, non-committal. "I just may," he'd said, which in Toshio speak usually meant anything from an outright refusal to a delayed maybe. I'd spent the last hour going over contract forms, trying not to let my thoughts drift, but part of me was anxious. Worried he wouldn't come. Worried I'd miss my chance to finally be honest with him before we left for summer break. But here he was, stepping into our little sanctuary like he belonged there. Like it wasn't the first time. Kaneko didn't seem interested at first, but I'm sure she saw my expression towards the newcomer, and she sat up. But then I noticed something else. Kiba had a faint scratch along his forearm, a thin line of dried blood, just beneath the sleeve he hadn't rolled all the way back down. Kiba, I said, voice low and sharp with worry. What happened to your arm? He looked at the wound, as though only just aware of it. There was a flicker of annoyance, then wry resignation. Toshio and I sparred with real swords. The win condition was first blood. His face grimaced slightly. What? You did what? I stood incredulous. You used real swords against him? I was trying to subtly talk him out of it, but then he drew his sword from nowhere. I knew he was serious and could keep up, so I drew my own. I crossed my arms under my bust. I was going to hold back at first, Kiba said quickly, hands raised. But he insisted I go all out, talking about my full power. I didn't even win. He muttered just loud enough for me to hear. Just like before, he ended up being much faster than me. I turned my gaze toward Toshio. I guess that would explain why he was wearing his shahakusho. He only tilted his head. Calm, neutral, like he hadn't just fought my knight with real weapons. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying not to sigh. I knew I had to ask. This is going to become a regular thing, isn't it? I looked up to see Toshio looking straight in my eyes, responding without hesitation. Likely. I did sigh at that. Please try to keep injuries to an absolute minimum. I can heal Kiba. I can't heal you, Toshio. Despite not having revealed it yet, it didn't seem like it mattered. Toshio knew something. Plus, he merely nodded at me, stating I can heal people like he already knew what that meant. My body is pretty tough. I'd be surprised if he could injure me beyond scratches. No boasting, stating simple fact. It had a poor effect on Kiba. He seemed frustrated, but still driven. Toshio really didn't know how his words affected people sometimes. Well, at the very least, don't injure Kiba. I would never intentionally. I couldn't help but shake my head at that. I motioned for him to take a seat. He sat on the velvet couch like he had done a million times before, which was odd, but also so on brand for him. Well, since you're here, I suppose it's time you met the rest of the club. I gestured to the smallest of us, who was perched on the arm of a chair with a plate of sweets. That's Kaneko Tuju. She stared at him, licking the last crumbs of taiyaki from her fingers. Hi, she said flatly. Toshio nodded in return. Hello. I resisted the urge to laugh. That was probably the warmest Kaneko had ever sounded to someone on a first meeting. She's one of us, I added, but technically still a middle schooler. First year of high school starts in 2 years for her, so she doesn't come to the main building often unless it's for ORC business. Kaneko blinked slowly and went back to her snack without comment. Toshio didn't seem fazed unsurprisingly. Then Akino drifted in from the side. She glided across the room, skirt swishing just so, and made a show of lowering herself beside Toshio. I made my specialty blend today, just for you, she cooed, voice honeyed and lilting with subtle undertones. The steam rose between them, fragrant and warm. She poured with a slow, deliberate grace, every gesture a small seduction, her hand just barely brushing his as she handed over the cup, her sleeve trailing the air with that faint, electric scent of lavender and sun-warmed skin. Toshio regarded the offering with his usual stillness. He accepted the cup, fingers steady, eyes fixed on Akino's face rather than the plunging neckline she'd so artfully arranged in his line of sight, her chest so close it was practically grazing his face. She even had the gall to unbutton the top buttons of her school blouse. He did not react. He did not even blink. Here you go, Toshio-chan, she purred. He accepted the cup with steady hands, not even blinking. Did his eyes look down there at the end? It was quick enough that I almost doubted it happened. He took a sip, eyes closed, then opened. It's excellent, he said. Thank you. Very smooth with complex flavors. Akino straightened up like she'd just been hit by lightning. As a consequence, her breasts dragged slightly across Toshio's face. The contact was fleeting but obvious. I felt my eyebrow twitch. He didn't even acknowledge the physics of the movement. Era, You really think so? She asked, breath catching, her voice just a little higher than normal, her hand gently placed on her blushing cheek. I rolled my eyes. I arched a brow. Kaneko, for her part, watched with narrowed eyes, as if to determine if Toshio seemed worthy to be called a hentai. Kiba stifled a laugh with the back of his hand. Even he wasn't immune to the awkwardness. Akino composed herself, then pirouetted to the center of the room, arms out, presenting the tray, as if Toshio's stoic response was all part of her plan. She poured for Kiba, then for herself, her motions now a touch sharper, the performance less for seduction and more for dignity. She took her place just behind and to the side of me, squeezing her legs together with a little more force than necessary. "Enjoy, everyone," she said, but her gaze returned, searching to Toshio, as if trying to decode whatever language he spoke. I gave her a dry look. She turned her head to me, gave a small giggle, and barely shrugged her shoulders like she was the most innocent person in the world. I returned my gaze to Toshio. I folded my hands in front of me, taking a breath. Despite everything, despite my own plans and the tidy script I'd written for this moment, there was a small, stubborn fear at the base of my spine that nothing would go as intended, that he'd react poorly. Why else would my palms sweat, despite the air conditioning pumping at full blast? I met Toshio's eyes, clear, steady, utterly devoid of the usual adolescent posturing and leering I'd come to expect from human boys, or devil for that matter. Beneath his stillness, there was a fundamental otherness. Not the supernatural kind of otherness, but something more fundamental, more human. "Time to do this." "Toshio," I said, and I was pleased my voice came out clear and without the waver I felt inside. "You know we're not normal. And I know you're not, either. There, out in the open." Every syllable a small rebellion against the decades of secrecy that our kind had built like a fortress around our world. The rest of my peerage looked on, their postures betraying varying degrees of anticipation and curiosity. Kiba, with his polite half-smile and dull eyes, I hoped those would become livelier in the future. Kaneko, with her deadpan stare, fingers poised on a cube of mochi, and Akino, leaning forward slightly with a fake smile. She seemed just as nervous as I did. The fact we both felt it was somewhat ridiculous. This was Toshio we were talking to. Logic dictated we had nothing to be anxious about, but yet the heart, Toshio's face, as always, was unreadable. He blinked once, slow and unhurried, as if digesting a line from a poem rather than a confessional. "We're devils," I said plainly. No evasion, no euphemism. "I know," he replied almost immediately. I had no prepared script for this. None of the elaborate emotional arcs I'd imagined for this unveiling accounted for the possibility that he would simply accept it. Not question, not recoil in fear, not even pretend to be surprised. Just, "I know." I blinked, and for a split second, I lost the thread of the conversation. "You what? Since when?" "I've known since the beginning." Even Akino, ever unflappable, had a minor look of shock on her face. Kaneko looked up mid-bite. "How?" I asked. I could hear the slight edge in my own voice. He shrugged, a casual gesture that looked out of place on him. "Aura signature. Magic in the air. Behavioral patterns. You weren't subtle." I stared at him. For a moment the room was silent, save for the faint ticking of the clubroom clock. "Well, damn, why didn't you say anything?" He shrugged. He considered this, and for the first time I caught a glimpse of something like amusement in his eyes. Why would it have mattered? I stared, my eyes widening a bit. Why would it have mattered? In so many ways, it was the least human answer he could have given, and yet the most honest. No fear, no awe, not even curiosity, just cold logic wrapped in neutrality. But maybe something more. I looked at Kiba, expecting a smirk, but he was as stunned as I was. Even Kaneko, usually so indifferent to the social theater of devils, seemed to perk up. I turned back to Toshio, a dozen questions flitting behind my eyes. I tried to file them by priority, but they all jammed together at the narrow door of my composure. "So then what are you?" I asked, unable to keep the urgency from my voice. "Human," he replied. It was such a simple answer, and yet as soon as he said it, I realized how deeply I doubted it. Are you from a magical bloodline? Do you have a sacred gear? No, he said again. I frowned. Then what is your power? Spiritual energy. Like Senjutsu? I asked. In my left periphery, I saw Kaniko's grip tighten on her snack. The temperature in the room seemed to drop by 2 degrees, and it wasn't just the air conditioning. Toshio shook his head and responded quickly. No, it's not nature-based. It comes from the soul, the self. Even Kiba furrowed his brows at that. What did that even mean? The more he explained, the less I understood. It wasn't a regular power, not one codified in the underpinnings of the supernatural world like demonic magic or divine blessings. It was what then? A human anomaly, perhaps. A system not yet mapped or even recognized by the great cartographers of the supernatural world. I felt the urge to dig deeper, so I pressed on. Have you always had it? Yes. Did your parents? No. I began to ask a series of other questions before Akino coughed slightly into her delicate hand, interrupting me. Bucho, she said, are we interrogating him now? She apparently thought my line of questioning was rather intense. I couldn't help but agree. I sighed, rubbing my temple. Toshio, you don't have to answer anything else. He nodded, but I could see the beginnings of something almost like a smile at the corners of his mouth. He was not offended. If anything, he seemed to find the situation mildly amusing. If I had not known him, I would have assumed he hadn't reacted at all. I tilted my head, unable to let it go. Why were you so forthcoming? He looked at me, and for the first time since I'd met him, I saw something faint in his eyes. Something warm. Because I trust you, he said. You're my friend. My breath caught. Friend. There was a heaviness in my chest, something halfway between relief and a kind of sadness. I hadn't expected that. Not from him. Not from someone who kept people at such arm's length. And yet, it didn't sound rehearsed. It didn't sound like a platitude. It was just a fact. I looked away for a second, composing myself. I'd never been so glad for the hair that shielded the side of my face. The concept of friendship, and possibly more, from him seemed like a priceless treasure that not many even got to see, let alone have. I gave it a moment, then shifted back into my role as president. Do you know about the peerage system? I asked, forcing my tone back to official business. He nodded. I need to remember to ask him how he knows about devils later. Then allow me to formally introduce mine. Akino is my queen, Kiba my knight, Kaniko my rook. He gave each of them a brief glance, a kind of silent acknowledgement, as if he were memorizing the pieces on a chessboard. I hesitated. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. Would you consider joining us? He looked thoughtful, not dismissive, but he didn't hesitate either. No. I blinked. Oh, may I ask why? I had to actively repress the deep shade of disappointment that threatened to boil out of me. I want to see what I can accomplish on my own. As a human, if that doesn't work out, maybe I'll reconsider. It was logical, detached, a little painful, but I respected it. It was strange how a single no could feel, especially toward someone that wasn't used to being told no. All right, I said softly. Let me know if you change your mind. And can I ask a favor? The question was out before I could stop it, and even as I said it, I felt the subtle shift in the room. Akino's eyes flicked to me, Kiba angled his head, and Kaniko, for once, seemed to have lost interest in her machi. Toshio, impassive as ever, nodded his assent. I couldn't help but think of a certain violet-eyed rival. If someone else were to ask you to become a devil, I try to keep my voice as even as possible, no matter the rewards of doing so. Would you keep me in mind? And my peerage? I added it as a quick afterthought. I try to sound casual, as if the request wasn't loaded with every piece of pride and insecurity I'd ever carried. But I couldn't help the way my voice caught ever so slightly at the end. He simply looked at me, that damn neutral expression. Then a serious, determined gleam entered his eyes. If I decided to become any race other than human, you're the only person I'd ever go to. The words were so direct, so undiluted, I physically recoiled, as if I'd been handed a burning brand. The blush that flooded my cheeks was instantaneous. I raised a hand to my face, pretending to adjust my hair, but my heart was pounding loud enough to drown out even Akino's sharp inhale. Yes, well, thank you, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I felt unbalanced, as though I were standing at the edge of a high drop, with nothing but Toshio's flat, honest stare to break my fall. There was something quietly destabilizing about being told, so plainly, that you were someone's first and only choice. That means a lot to me, I managed, and this time it came out clearer, the words solidifying as they left my mouth. Another silence, but this time it was charged with something new, something that felt like possibility, or maybe just the absence of fear. So, I said, shifting gears, do you have any questions for me? For any of us? It was the logical next step, the one that would return us to safer territory. But Toshio did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked up at the ceiling, as if searching for an answer drifting somewhere in the air. Then, what are your plans for summer break? My brain short-circuited. Of all the possible questions, our powers, our weaknesses, our secrets, our enemies, he wanted to know our summer plans. For a moment, I forgot how to even process the question. That's your question? The incredulity in my voice was unmistakable, and I could hear Kiba's stifled laugh behind me. Yes, he was perfectly serious. I glanced at Akino, who looked as bewildered as I felt, then at Kaneko, who had resumed eating, as if this was just another glitch in the simulation and she was resigned to accepting it. I cleared my throat. We'll be going to the underworld, I answered, trying to sound as though this wasn't the first time I'd been asked such a question. Visiting my family, doing some training. I hesitated, wondering if I should elaborate, but Toshio just nodded, as if that made perfect sense. There was a brief lull in the conversation, the kind of silence that's less an absence and more a presence, heavy and expectant. Then Toshio's head tipped downward, his voice lowering just enough to draw all attention to it. So I won't get to see either of you until break ends, he said, and his eyes shifted from me to Akino, then back again, the weight of the statement sinking in like a stone dropped into deep water. My chest tightened. I felt it then, the sudden and unmistakable pang of loss, not for something I'd had, but something I'd only just realized I wanted. No, I said, and the word caught in my throat. You won't. For a fraction of a second, I wanted to take it back, to say I'd take him with us, to offer him some kind of place in my world, but I knew it was better this way. For both of us. At least for now. I wouldn't be able to explain to the other devils about bringing a human to hell for a casual visit. He stared down at his hands, fingers folded in precise symmetry, and his eyes flicked up with a clarity that was almost painful in its directness. I'll miss you both. There was no drama to it. No hesitation, no ironic twist. He just said it, like it was the simplest fact in the world. My breath hitched, and I could feel my face heating up, burning. Really? Akino, who had spent years perfecting the art of shrine maiden stoicism, actually flinched. Her hand tightened around the edge of the tea tray, her mouth opening to say something, her other hand covering it when no words came. There was a faint pinkness blooming across her cheekbones, and I realized with a start that she looked almost vulnerable. That was rare. My knees felt suddenly unreliable. He meant it. There was something about hearing it said aloud, in that unadorned way, that made it 100 times more real than any flirtatious quip or calculated move. In that moment, I realized just how much Toshio had come to matter, not just to me, but to all of us. The room, which had been brimming with the unique tensions of the situation, now felt oddly unified, as if we were all feeling the same thing, uncertain how to name it. He turned to Kiba. I'll miss my sparring partner too. Kiba smiled, soft and genuine. Same, he replied, and for the first time since I'd known him, I sensed there was nothing performative in the exchange. Toshio stood, his movement calm and deliberate. I'll be waiting to see you all when you get back then. He lingered for the briefest second, as if searching for something else to say, or maybe just memorizing the faces in front of him. There was a sadness in his posture, an almost imperceptible slump of the shoulders that made me want to reach out and grab his hand. He turned and stepped toward the door. He paused, his hand hovering over the handle, the way a diver hesitates at the edge of the board before leaping. I could see the tension in his wrist, the slight tremor that betrayed what he would never say aloud. "Toshio," I called out, softer than I'd intended. "Is something wrong?" He never hesitated, but now he did. For a second, I thought he might just walk out and never look back. But then, with the kind of quiet resolve only he had, he turned around, crossing the space between in a moment. He stopped in front of me and Aquino, his head bowed a little, as if he was unsure of how to look either of us in the eyes. His voice, when it came, was so small I almost didn't hear it. Can I hug you both before I go?" He stammered. "To tie me over. I've become used to our interactions, and I think I'm going to miss them. No embarrassment, no shame, just quiet honesty." I smiled. "Of course you can," I replied softly. The words came easy, like breathing. I stood, and before I could wait a moment longer, I wrapped my arms around him, left hand curling behind his neck, right hand finding the small of his back. He hesitated at first, not out of reluctance, but surprise, then returned the gesture, arms enveloping me with a warmth I hadn't realized I craved. He was solid, steady, and the heartbeat I felt through his chest was fast, as if he was just as nervous as I was. We stayed like that longer than we probably intended. Satans, why does this feel so nice? I couldn't help but think. I didn't want to let go, but Aquino cleared her throat, and I could feel her radiating impatience like a space heater on high. "Rias," she whined, drawing out the last syllable. "When's it going to be my turn?" I pulled away, a little reluctantly, and Aquino immediately stepped in, pressing herself flush against Toshio with a theatrical sigh of contentment. Her boobs threatened to spill around his sides. If he was startled by the full body contact, he didn't show it, but his face did go a shade or two pinker. Your muscles feel better than I imagined," she said, reaching down and giving his but an approving squeeze. My eyebrow gave a violent twitch, the kind that would have sent a lesser demon scurrying. "Aquino, that's enough," I said, but my voice lacked the usual bite, softened as it was by the smile, threatening to break through my own forced composure. I barely recognized the sound of my own laughter trembling on the edge of each word. She gave an exaggerated, cartoonishly sulky huff and released Toshio, stepping back with a swish of her hair and an arched brow aimed directly at me. I was pleased to note Toshio, and I hugged longer. "You're just jealous," she said, half pout, half smirk. Holy Aquino. She made it sound like a taunt, but the quaver in her voice was so subtle I wondered if anyone else would notice. The air was thick with a strange new energy, as if we'd all agreed to meet on this unfamiliar emotional terrain and now had no idea which way was north. We both looked to Toshio. He was still standing in the same spot, arms at his sides, hands loosely curled into uncertain fists, as if the memory of touch lingered in his muscles. And he was smiling, really smiling, wider and brighter than I'd ever seen. His eyes stared ahead, through us, like he was seeing something distant, something long lost, a memory of warmth. He bowed his head, and for a moment I thought he might say something profound, some parting benediction or philosophical flourish. But when he spoke, it was just two words, small and simple. "Thank you." One moment, there, the next, nothing but a faint air current and the sound of the entry door swinging gently on its hinges. Not even the most refined demonic sense could catch the actual transition. No magic, no teleportation circle, no electron flash or spatial ripple. The silence that followed was seismic. Kiba's jaw actually dropped for a heartbeat before he snapped it closed. His eyes, usually filtered through the lens of practiced chivalry, flickered with undisguised awe. Did anyone else see that?" He managed, voice pitched somewhere between admiration and outright panic. "Does he do that a lot?" Kaneko asked, voice flat. "The speed thing? Seems awfully familiar." I let out a short, incredulous laugh. "No, but I suspect he'll be doing it more now that he doesn't have to hide." Aquino, determined to maintain her theatrical momentum, thrust her hands onto her hips. "Why did you get to hug him first?" she demanded, but the usual teasing lilt was tempered by something I couldn't quite name. Envy, maybe, or a sense of having just lost at a game whose rules she'd only now realized. I felt the corners of my own mouth lift in involuntary amusement. I got this first this time. My eye twitched again, this time in mock outrage. Aquino. Who is the king of this peerage? Aquino's lips pressed into a dramatic line, her gaze sliding away as if she was about to mutiny on the spot, but lacked the numbers. That's what I thought, I said, and the quiet satisfaction in my voice was impossible to miss. Kaneko set her empty cup down, eyes fixed on the spot where Toshio had vanished. He's lonely, she said knowingly, not unkindly, but less than before. The words startled me with their precision. For all Kaneko's stoicism, she was often the most perceptive among us. She saw the shape of things, even when the rest of us were blinded by our own pride or politics or pain. Aquino nodded, her expression softening. Maybe that's all anyone really needs. Kaneko gave a small nod. There was a hush, the kind that settles in the wake of something irreversible. I looked at the faces around me, my peerage, my friends, my family. I wondered, not for the first time, what it would mean to let someone new all the way and that wasn't on the verge of death or collapse and be reborn as a devil, but instead chose to walk into our lives anyway. After all, if a human boy could walk into a den of devils and make it feel like home, maybe anything was possible. My first breath clawed its way out raw, as if 1,000 glass splinters shredded my windpipe. I retched, hacking up a clot of blood so dark it looked black in the yellow streetlights, and the taste of iron hit the roof of my mouth until my tongue stung. My hands refused to unclench from the adrenaline, so it splattered sticky onto my knuckles, painted in a color that belonged on no living person. Pain arced through every nerve from the gory butcher's work on my left side. It was less a wound and more a total dissolution, like someone had taken mace to my ribs, smashing all the way to the lung. I could barely move my left arm at all, only the ghost of spasm now and again, the rest dead weight. So I dragged it behind me as I lurched through Koa's outskirts, my shahakusho already ruined and sopping with blood. The Kendo girls were going to be sad. I was aware, distantly, that the streets would have been crawling with students and housewives and old men on late walks. But the night's hush was absolute. Something about the way the street lamps puddled on the empty sidewalks made me feel like the only survivor of some silent apocalypse, and the echo of my footsteps, wet and uneven, seemed wrong in a way words couldn't explain. Maybe 20 minutes had passed since the fight, or maybe 2 hours. Every step smeared time together, and every sense of direction that mattered was gone. My one goal, not to stop. If I could keep moving, maybe my insides would keep the rest of me together. I could get home and sleep, heal. Asking the local devils to use that memory-altering spell never even crossed my mind. I was basically out of my logical mind anyway. My Zanpakuto scraped a jagged line behind me, the edge catching on the grit of the concrete, so that each couple steps ended in a shriek of metal on stone. I'd always thought the sword would feel light in my grip, like an extension of my own conviction, but tonight it was an anchor. Each time the hilt knocked against my hip, it reminded me of what I was supposed to be, what I'd failed to be. That stray, I muttered, spitting another mouthful of blood onto my shoes, the word stray itself oily, contemptuous. It was only when I reached the pedestrian bridge over the river that I realized I'd been repeating the same phrase over and over under my breath, not even noticing how my lips moved in time with the tremor in my hands. That thing, what had it been? Not a devil, not the way we colloquially use the word, not a normal supernatural being, but something else. Something fundamentally outside the categories we'd learned to expect, beyond the taxonomy of monsters and their habits. Every city had its share of strays, the mad ones who had lost their place, forsaken master or pack, left to gnaw their own tails and grow ragged and desperate until the end. They were supposed to be predictable, running on the rails of animal necessity, hunger, pain, fear. You could map it out, step by step, like a script. I had killed plenty by now to know. But this wasn't that. That was a demon. I doubled over the steel railing, clinging hard enough to the cold metal that I thought my palm would break open. I remembered its face, or what passed for one. An architecture of eyes and teeth, not symmetrical, not even consistent moment to moment. Every time I blinked, the image in my memory shifted, Sometimes it had a mouth that split the scalp from ear to ear. Other times the teeth ringed the lips like the petals of a grotesque flower. It watched me all the way through the fight, with eyes that didn't blink or shudder or look away. It wasn't the violence that undid me. I'd seen strays rip out stomachs and wear intestines like a trophy belt. It was that when it killed, it didn't just kill, it consumed. Limbs, faces, names, powers, memories, like it was eating the self out of the world. It devoured with a purpose that felt almost religious, as if each death was a sacrament. "You have no idea what you're for," it said, crushing the last of the howling stray devil underfoot, the sound sharp and wet. "But I do. I can smell it on you. Weakness like yours smells delicious." I staggered on, crossing the bridge, the street light forming pools of yellow on the sidewalks. Somewhere, a train called out, distant and ghostly, but otherwise the world was as silent as a photograph. It was over 400 years old. The other stray devils spoke of it with a kind of sick respect, as if it were a vengeful god they had to give deference lest they get consumed. Why'd I thought I'd be different? I'd heard the stories, the warnings, the grotesque rumors that only made sense in the way a nightmare makes sense while you're still dreaming. I told myself that if I ever met it, I'd be clever enough, or ruthless enough, or at least fast enough to make it out with my pride intact. Instead, I'd barely escaped with my skin. Each step was a recap of the battle, as if my body insisted on replaying every mistake, every split-second hesitation, every moment when I'd flinched or blinked or let the pain override my focus. I could almost taste the thing's voice, the way it lingered in the air like a chemical spill. When it spoke, it inflected my name with a precision that felt surgical, as though it were already dissecting me for parts. Even now, I couldn't get the words out of my head. Flesh cracks better when it's running scared. "You're carving ravines," a horrific deep laugh followed. The memory knotted my stomach, and a dull ache in my side spiked to an electric burn. The wound in my side pulsed, like the memory alone could rip it wider. I clung to a wall, lost my balance, then found it again by driving my sword tip into the sidewalk. For a second, I just hung there, breathing in the stink of old garbage and the iron of my own blood, and I thought, if I pass out now, I won't wake up. "Why won't you answer me?" I whispered to the Zanpakuto. I dragged my thumb along the tsuba, reaching out for something, anything. "You know I can't do this alone. Are you angry?" The blade said nothing. I sensed no flicker, no warmth, only the dull chill of steel and the weary reflection of a boy trying not to die in a gutter. I'd spent months training in Shurkai, forced myself through hours and hours of meditation, but tonight the sword might as well have been a stranger. I gritted my teeth and limped onward. Maybe the next alley would have a payphone, or a shrine, or even just a fucking bench. My mind was reeling with 1,000 questions I'd never been able to answer. Had I missed some secret? Failed a test I didn't know I was taking? Was it some kind of punishment, this silence from the thing that was supposed to be my soul's partner? I started to laugh, but came out wet and coughing. Kneeling down, supporting myself with one hand while this sword was stabbing into the concrete, I glared at it. At her. Emotions, I rasped. That's what it's always about with you, isn't it? I thought of the manuals, texts, books, and guides about emotions I had read over this past school year. About all the progress I feel like I've made with not only myself, but with Rias, Aquino, Kiba, and even Kaneko. They were bringing out parts of me I didn't know existed, and I pursued those feelings. But still, it wasn't enough. Anger, desperation, regret, take your pick. My voice broke, my face drawing closer to the blade. Right now, they're consuming me. I yelled out, causing me to cough up more blood, coating the gray metal. I stumbled again. "I'm dying out here, and I still can't reach you." I almost started crying in frustration and desperation. Nothing, just the hollow wind and the soft ticking of my blood as it dripped onto the pavement. I pressed on, eyes fixed on the distant gleam of a vending machine 2 blocks ahead, its digital lights fuzzed by fog. Maybe that could orient me. Maybe it could anchor me to the world before I slipped under. 3 more steps. My foot snagged on something, a bulge in the sidewalk I hadn't seen caused by a root of a forgotten tree. and I went down hard. My sword clattered out of reach, sent up a shower of sparks. The pain was so sudden that for a second I blacked out. When I came to, I was lying face up on the curb, staring at the spidery constellation of cracks in the street lamp lens overhead. I tried to move, but my limbs rebelled, spasming with a cold, numb terror. My vision darkened at the edges, then came back in a tunnel. I crawled, inching toward the nearest tree, pulling myself forward with my one good arm until I could slump against the trunk in the shadow. My mouth was too dry for words, but inside my head I kept asking, why did it have to be like this? Why couldn't I talk to her? Why couldn't I even see her, my own soul? I forced my eyes open by will alone. The world shivered. My HUD came up, flickering and jittery. Status effect, bleeding -1 HP/min. Current HP, 6 of 100. I almost laughed. 6 out of 100. Not even enough for a single good swing. Not enough for a last stand, or a death poem, or anything noble at all. I reached for my inventory, hands slippery and shaking. That was when I felt it. The paper talisman nestled next to a stack of X56 water bottles that seemed important at the time. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. A one-use contract that acted upon the desires of humans, summoning a supernatural request granteur. I thought of Crimson Hair, a voice that cut through pain like a knife. Rias, who'd once told me that every life was precious, even the ones that seemed worthless. I remembered how her smile looked unguarded in the morning, before she put on her face for the world. The way she'd hugged me. I didn't even have to ask for them anymore. I remember that warmth. I wanted it more than air. I gripped the talisman, focused on her face, her voice, the way she called my name when nobody else listened. The thing flared red in my palm, brighter than blood, brighter than anything. The summoning circle appeared on the pavement, a ring of seething glyphs and burning scarlet light. The air got heavy with mana, then the world flashed. The circle split open the night, and from it stepped Rias Gremory herself. All silk and power, red hair streaming out behind her like a comet's tail, her eyes supernaturally vivid even in the dimness. For a heartbeat, she just looked around confused at the summoning location, searching for her potential client. I guess she didn't think to look down right away. My God, she is so beautiful. A small cough brought her attention to me, her eyes widening in horror. It didn't seem like she recognized me at first. I must have looked like a disaster. Hair matted to my forehead with sweat and blood, robes torn and ruined, my left arm hanging at a sick angle, my face a mess of swelling and gashes. I tried to smile, but my jaw wouldn't work right. Still, I managed a whisper. Hey, Rias, think I could have your first kiss? I might not get another chance, so why not? For just a heartbeat, she seemed not to understand, or maybe refuse to. She just stood there, motionless, her mouth open and her hands curled into fists at her side. And then, the deluge of reaction. Her presence collapsed from the sublime to the visceral. She was running, faster than I could follow in my near delirious state, all her demonic grace stripped down to raw panic. She skidded on the wet pavement and dropped to her knees so hard the stone cracked. For the first time since I'd met her, Rias looked small, her arms trembling as she reached for my face, not caring about the blood or the pus or the shivering cold. The look of absolute terror, hands shaking as they reached for me, as if trying to dispel some cruel reality that her mind desperately wanted to be false. I'd never forget it, even without perfect memory. She screamed, a sound that belonged to someone much younger and much less certain. My name echoing through the darkness with a desperation that made me want to vanish. Toshio, XXX, 6 hours before. The air whipped past my ears in sharp bursts, a rush of wind and leaves crackling like brittle paper as I flashed between tree branches. My feet barely kissed the bark before I launched forward again, Shunpa bending space around me in silver streaks. The forest blurred beneath the glow of the sunset, a jagged canopy of motion and shadows. This was how I hunted, swift, relentless, and silent. Unless they struggled, or their necks were armored. I've been doing it weekly since my first spar with Kiba at the Kendo Club, cutting deeper into Kuoa's outer woods in search of strays. Not because someone told me to, not because I was asked, but because I could, because someone needed to. The first few weeks, I treated it as training because I needed more than regular human girls and a pretty boy to spar with. They turned into something else. The more I saw of them, the more I saw of their atrocities, the more it had become a duty. These creatures were outside the boundaries of the devils that ruled Kuo, and they knew it, somehow. So if they wouldn't go to the town and the devils wouldn't go to them, I would. The first weeks, I kept a tally in a notebook. Threat levels, observed abilities, behavioral quirks. System assigned data, written in neat columns. D level, C level, sometimes the odd B on a bad night. I'd analyze their fighting patterns, their escape routes, their favorite haunts, and preferred meals. I'd return to the same clearing over and over, until the trees remember my scent and the foxes stopped running when I passed. But the longer I did it, the less the numbers mattered. The more it became about the hunt itself, the chase, the kill, and the improvement after. I was starting to, even the strays I hunted noticed the change. At first, I would overhear them from the fog or brush, their voices oily with hunger and desperation, trading rumors and threats in a half-language of howls and hisses. But soon, they started talking about me. Not by name. I doubted they even understood the concept of names, but by reputation. It was odd to find out that they actually talked to each other. I had thought they were territorial, but maybe the threat of death brought them together. The way they said it was different from the way they spoke of devils, or exorcists, or even other monsters. It wasn't fear exactly. It was something closer to trepidation. There was a reason for that. After every hunt, I grew stronger. The system saw to that, doling out stat buffs and skill points and new, sharper senses. But it was more than that. The more I killed, the more I understood what made them tick. Their little tells, the moment before a leap or a lunge, the instinctive drop in their shoulder before a feint. It became a game, and then a compulsion. I would lie awake at night, replaying the hunts in my memory, finding the places where I could have been faster, cleaner, more efficient. The number of strays had dwindled, I noticed. Whether it was because of my efforts or their collective anxiety from those efforts, I didn't know. Didn't care, really. The result was what mattered. And yet, some of the more coherent ones, the ones that hadn't completely lost their minds, spoke of something. A whisper in the dark. A monster that hunted even them. Something old. Something wrong. They said if I kept this up, I'd eventually run into it. That I'd die. I wasn't afraid. I was not, by nature, a fearful person, obviously. But I was very, very curious. Would it be an opponent I could actually test myself against? Most strays were D-level threats. Occasionally C rank if they were unusually gifted or had fed recently. And by now, those posed no real threat to me. It wasn't arrogance. It was numbers. Data. System assigned threat levels and combat effectiveness charts. I'd killed dozens by now. The only time I really questioned my choices was when I fought that katydid freak with magic nipples. Yes, magic nipples. The upper body of a busted woman, the lower half of an armored insect, and somehow those two concepts met at laser cannon memories. I remember blinking at the first beam, wondering if she'd watched too much Boston Towers before going feral. Not that I had any time to analyze it. Those lasers actually hurt. But that was a rare case. Most strays weren't clever, just violent and desperate for a meal. Still, tonight felt different. I spread my energy sense. It flowed out from me like sonar, sweeping a 300-foot radius with fine-tuned clarity. Rank 6 in energy sense, multiplied by Ryuryoku Dominion rank 5. No signs of life yet, save for a few birds and something I hoped wasn't a honey badger. Because the honey badger don't care. It doesn't give a shit. Not a single unnatural signature. Still, I kept moving. Always deeper. Always forward. A flick of my fingers brought up the familiar HUD. Status. Name, Toshio Amano. Title, Slayer of Strays. Race, human. Age, 15. Level, 21, 625/2100. Health, 100 out of 100. Ryuryoku, 8975, 359/000/359 000. Physique, A+. Zanjutsu, B+. Hohoe. Hakuda, C+. Spiritual potential, B. Soul resonance, 24%. Not bad. My level-ups were slower these days, but the gains have been worth it. Thanks to the even number level-ups, I'd gotten runestones to increase certain stats, like Ho-Ho. Experience would come in the form of seemingly random quests, like being at the top of the class by the end of the school year, which was in 10 days. The rest came from defeating or killing opponents. The only enemies I killed, and have killed, were stray devils, which I felt no remorse killing. There were monsters that were almost all either crazy or evil, usually both, but mostly evil. Since Dominion reached rank 5 and Cultivation rank 8, my Ryuryoku reserves were now absurd. Due to that, and my efficiency with Shuinpa being dramatically increased from being at rank 7 with it, I could flash step as much as I wanted and never get tired or run out of Ryuryoku. Not to mention my spiritual potential being at B, increasing my Ryuryoku regeneration to 35% of my base per minute. I was pretty satisfied with my stats too. From exercise reaching 10 and getting Ryuryoku body enhancement to rank 6, my physique was increased to A+. Hitting rank 10 in exercise also gave me a passive skill, altered muscle density, which allowed for denser, stronger muscles without the bulk associated with excessive strength. The bonus of this passive skill was that it allowed breakthrough into rank S for my physique. But that also meant I needed skills to open the option for S rank stats, which I can't say that I'm a fan of. I was kind of disappointed with Zanjutsu only being B+, but I had stagnated from not finding a sword style. Sparring with Kiba has only been so much help. Our spars have actually been the main reason why it has gone to B+. I really needed to meet my Zanpakuto spirit. Unfortunately, most of the level-up runestones have been for other stats, like Hakuda, which for now, I'm perfectly fine with increases with just runestones. Hohore felt so good. My agility training, combined with Shuinpa reaching rank 7, made mobility one of my greatest strengths. It was what I probably practiced the most after all. Then there was soul resonance. If I was being honest, it was the stat I checked most compulsively and the one that changed the least. It hadn't moved in 2 months, stuck at 24%. I tried everything I could think of, trying Jinsen, sword training, even trying to be more emotional. That one was tough. My sword spirit was still as silent as the grave. Despite everything, despite my connections with Rias, with Aquino, with the others, despite feeling more human, more alive than I ever had. I haven't even got to see her again since that one time she saved my life. I didn't understand it. Still, I was happy with the progress. Until I thought about the future. I had A-rank stats. That was already enough to kill most stray devils. Maybe even some fallen angels. But then I thought about the truly powerful people of this supernatural world. Valley, Graphia, hell, even Scale, Male Issei. They were something else. A different tier. Would S rank even be enough? SS. SSS. It either needed to be enough or I needed to make a choice. Good news is Rias would always have a spot for me. If I was going to survive the coming storms of future plot points, I needed an edge. Something that would let me stand against monsters, angels, devils, and all the other beings drunk on power trips. Magic, maybe. Wasn't human magic different than devil magic? Regardless, Rias would help me with it. I was sure. So would Aquino. Even if I didn't join the peerage, they were invested in me. And I was starting to feel that investment return from myself. Rias especially. She always found excuses to be near me lately. Sitting next to me at lunch was a given. When we talked, it could be about school, something about obscure devil history. She just wanted to hear my take on, even anime. I shouldn't have been surprised, but Rias is really into anime. Then there were those subtle glances when she thought I wasn't looking, sitting just a little bit closer than she did before, that shy smile that peeked out when I would give my honest feedback about her or her appearance. Last week, I invited her over to my house to watch anime, read. She said she was coming over to force me to watch Friar Ann since I hadn't seen it. Since it was right after school, she stuck to her school uniform. I was kind of looking forward to see how she looked in casual clothes. She said my house was nice, but I think she was just being nice. It It was average at best. We sat on the couch in my living room and watched it together. By episode 3, she was laying across my lap while I reclined with my feet up. I memorized the smell of her hair. Totally because of perfect memory, though. No other reason. It was nice to see her relax, not be in her president or noble role, just enjoying something together. After episode 6, she left, but promised we would be watching more. It almost sounded like a threat. I couldn't stop the smile forming on my face, form the memory. Aquino, meanwhile, remained tactile, flirtatious, teasing, but there was distance behind the charm, despite her extreme physical closeness. Like I was something to be conquered or taken from Rias. Was I being fought over? The idea both amused and confused me. The latter not really about why I was being fought over, but more so why Aquino was acting that way. Why did she feel the need to compete with Rias over stuff like that? Then turn around and keep herself distant? This entire time, I don't think Aquino had told me a single thing about her past. Wasn't she a fallen angel too or something? I only ever saw her at school or the ORC, and she would find every excuse to practically shove my non-clothed body parts in her cleavage, much to Ria's chagrin. I really enjoyed the warmth, though. There would be times where I would see brief glimpses where her eyes would change from what they normally were. From what I could remember of other people, it looked like flashes of sorrow. Why would that be there when she was practically trying to seduce me? Before I could dwell on it further, my energy sense flickered. There, a spike, faint but present, an unnatural signature maybe 200 feet northeast, deeper into the forest. I turned, eyes narrowing. Time to work. Branches blurred beneath me. Wind coiled around my limbs like silk. My body surged forward, a flicker of midnight across a sea of leaves. The hunt resumed. As I closed in on the signature, I heard the eerie, but unfortunately familiar sound of crunching bones. The branch beneath me didn't so much as creak as I settled my weight, perfectly still against the backdrop of rustling leaves. Below, something that had once been a devil moved with mechanical precision, its massive ant-like body gleaming a sickly pale green in the moonlight. Where its head should have been sat a twisted human face, stretched across the insectoid skull, like poorly applied wallpaper. Its mandibles worked rhythmically, crushing through what I assumed had once been human bone with the efficient indifference of a garbage disposal. I watched it feed, its jaws making wet, clicking sounds as marrow splattered across fallen leaves. The corpse it feasted on was unrecognizable, just meat and fabric at this point, though the flash of what might have been a wristwatch suggested it had once been a hiker or camper. It seemed to ignore the bulk of the flesh for the crunchy bits. Odd quirk. Observe, I whispered, directing my focus toward the creature. Mandible Sentinel. Level, 31. Threat, D. Condition, sated, recent feed. Descriptive insight. Once a lesser devil servant, this creature abandoned its master and devolved into a scavenger. Its exoskeleton provides moderate defense against physical attacks, but its scavenger instincts have been sharpened by starvation. Prefers to ambush lone travelers. Level 31. Higher than most strays I'd encountered recently. Not that it mattered much anymore. These hunts had become routine, methodical exercises in tracking, killing, and disposal. My first months of hunting had been challenging, each encounter a test of my abilities. Now they were just cleanup duty. I drew a slow, silent breath and focused my Ryuryoku, the power condensed within me, a cool pressure building beneath my skin. Then I released it. Not a blast, but a sudden, crushing weight of spiritual pressure directed downward. The effect was immediate. The stray's limbs buckled, its exoskeleton creaking audibly as my Ryatsu pressed down on it like an invisible anvil. Cracks started to appear and chip away at its carapace. A surprised yelp, half human, half insect, escaped its mandibles as it tried to identify the source of the pressure. I dropped from the branch, my body a black blur against the night sky. My Zanpakuto gleamed silver for just a heartbeat before plunging through the creature's armored head. The resistance was minimal, like a knife through mud. The blade severed whatever passed for its brain stem, and the creature went rigid, then limp, its limbs splaying outward in death. My feet landed on the ground soon after. I withdrew my sword with a quick twist, flicking the ichor off the blade with a practiced motion. The plant life hissed from the creature's blood. Acid blood. The stray's body twitched once, then stilled. I took gasoline out of my inventory and doused the creature and started walking away. I threw a lit match behind me, not waiting for the fire to catch and burn. I heard a whoosh and felt heat against me. I didn't look back. I never waited to watch them burn, unless I needed to worry about nearby trees. I'd learned that part of the routine, too. Never linger at the scene longer than necessary. The orange glow reflecting off the trees behind me. The night was still young, and my energy sense told me there were more anomalies deeper in the forest. Level 31. Threat D, I murmured, wiping the remaining gore from my blade with a cloth from my inventory. And you didn't even get a single attack in. It was strange to think about how much I'd changed since my first encounter with Yomi. That fight had nearly killed me. I'd been outmatched, unprepared, and frankly, lucky to escape with my life. This creature was technically stronger than Yomi had been back then, at least according to the system's metrics, yet it posed about as much threat to me now as a housefly. More strays, more kills, more routine. I wondered if Rias would be proud of my efficiency or concerned about my detachment. Probably both. She had a way of seeing multiple truths at once, while I tended to fixate on the one that made the most logical sense. Maybe that's why we balanced each other so well. With that thought, I flash-stepped into the darkness, leaving the burning clearing behind like a distant memory already fading. I smelled it before I saw it, a cloyingly sweet stench of advanced decay that clung to the back of my throat like syrup. Following the odor led me to a shallow depression between two massive oaks, where what had once been multiple people now formed a grotesque pile of liquefying tissue. This wasn't the work of my ant-faced friend from earlier. This was something else entirely. The bodies, or what remained of them, had been torn apart with deliberate violence, most of the bones conspicuously missing. I knelt at the edge of the depression, careful not to touch anything as I examined the scene. Maggots writhed through empty eye sockets and burst from bloated skin that had turned a sickly green-black. Pools of congealed blood formed black puddles beneath the mound, already attracting flies and beetles that skittered across the surface. The smell was overwhelming. Death and bacterial feast, the chemical breakdown of what had once been living tissue. At least 5 victims, I muttered, counting the visible skulls. Each one had been partially crushed, as if something had applied pressure just to see when they would crack. Some still had hair attached to scalp fragments. Others were stripped to gleaming bone. One jaw hung open in what looked like a final scream. I felt nothing as I observed them. Not disgust, not pity, not horror, just a clinical assessment of what needed to be done. Was that normal? I wasn't sure anymore. The emotional distance was useful, certainly, but sometimes I wondered if it was a feature or a flaw. I reached into my inventory and withdrew 2 gasoline containers this time. This would require more fuel than my previous cleanup. I methodically doused the entire depression, making sure to saturate the deepest parts of the pile, where decomposition was most advanced. The gasoline mixed with the liquefied remains, creating a shimmering film atop the black sludge. After emptying both containers, I struck a match and tossed it into the center of the depression. Flames erupted with a whoosh, blue-orange tongues licking upward as the gasoline ignited. The fire would consume everything, flesh, bone, evidence. Nature's most thorough cleanser. Unlike before, I stayed to watch. This fire was larger, and I needed to ensure it didn't spread to the surrounding forest. The heat pushed me back several steps, intense and purifying. Black smoke curled upward, carrying the stench of burning death into the night sky. I watched as the flames reduced what had once been human to ash and carbon, erasing the horror from the world one charred molecule at a time. After 15 minutes, the fire began to die down, having consumed its macabre fuel. I kicked dirt and leaves over the remaining embers, ensuring nothing would reignite. By morning, there would be nothing but scorched earth and a faint smell of smoke. nothing that would alarm a casual hiker. Satisfied with my work, I flash-stepped away, leaving the clearing behind. My foot barely touched a branch before I was gone again, moving deeper into the forest at speeds that blurred the world around me. The night air cooled my face as I traveled, washing away the lingering stench of death and fire. This had become routine too, finding multiple stray devils or their victims in a single night. When I first started hunting, I'd focus on tracking one stray, dispatching it, and returning home. Now I could handle 3 or 4 in quick succession without breaking a sweat. Efficiency born of practice and increasing power. I paused on a high branch, perching at the edge where moonlight broke through the canopy. I sent out my energy sense again, a ripple of awareness spreading through the forest like sonar. Nothing pinged back. Either the area was clear, or whatever remained was skilled at masking its presence. Both seemed equally likely. I'd wait a few minutes, then move to another section, deeper in the forest than before. As I settled into the stillness, my mind drifted to thoughts I'd been turning over for weeks now. I'd been considering looking for a better place to live, something more than the modest apartment the system had provided me with when I arrived in this world. Not out of vanity or discomfort, but practicality. My current space was functional but limited. Or at least, that's what I told myself. The truth, which I was slowly allowing myself to acknowledge, was simpler. I wanted a place where I could host Rias and the others comfortably. A living room where we could all sit without being cramped. A kitchen where I could prepare food for more than just myself. Maybe even spare rooms for when conversations ran late. Possibly, among other things, my recent anime marathon with Rias solidified my decision. It was odd to realize I was planning around the presence of others in my life. That hadn't been the case in either of my lives before. Sure, my last life was dedicated to the betterment of humanity, but the others around me often became furniture in that pursuit. Background to the problem I was solving. Money wasn't going to be a problem, or rather, it wouldn't be soon. I turned to what I used to be good at, or at least was I dedicated my life and death to. The energy industry. Since it was only 2010, I wasn't surprised to find out the nuclear power technology of today was pretty basic, let alone relied on. Fusion technology was less of a prospect than I even remembered. They were still trying to master fission and come up with novel technologies such as thorium molten salt reactors. Due to my perfect memory, I had reactor schematics from both my own design and from others memorized down to the last titanium plate. I was never very artistic, but when it came to design schematics for nuclear technology, I might as well have been Michelangelo, so I wasn't worried about replicating the designs on paper. This tech was decades ahead of its time, so the designs and patents had to sell for a hefty sum. Rias had agreed to help me navigate the patent process and sell designs through some of her family's human world connections shortly after our first Friar Marathon. She had been curious at first at what I told her what I was trying to do. It not only baffled her, but confused her. The memory warmed me more than it should have, considering I was perched on a branch in the cold night air, hunting monsters. I shook my head and refocused. I'd give the energy sense one more sweep, then move to the next sector. The night was still young, and I had work to do. As I moved and searched, my mind drifted back to the conversation with Rias after our Friar Marathon last week, after I'd told her my idea to make money. We'd been sitting on my couch, the outro song of the 6th episode playing on the screen, when she turned to me with that penetrating gaze that always made me feel like she was seeing through layers I didn't even know I had. "I don't understand you sometimes," she'd said, voice soft but direct. "You have the intellect to revolutionize human science, the power to protect yourself from most threats, and yet you spend your days in high school classes you could teach blindfolded and your nights hunting strays." I had raised my eyebrow at that. "Oh, you really think I didn't know? Kuo is my territory after all." A sudden, almost complete disappearance of all strays someone was bound to notice. She chuckled. Then she looked at me seriously. "Just be careful. Please. Some strays can be very strong. Some even I would hesitate to engage with." I nodded my head, which seemed to satisfy her. I remembered how the light from the television had cast blue shadows across her face, making her crimson hair look almost purple at the edges. She'd drawn her knees up to her chest, looking smaller than usual, more girl than devil princess. But you could set yourself up perfectly in the human world, she'd continued, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the couch cushion between us. Or you could join my peerage and have access to resources beyond what most humans ever dream of. Instead, you live in this modest house, attend classes that must bore you to tears, and spend your free time fighting monsters in the dark. Her confusion had been genuine. To someone born into power and privilege, my choices must have seemed incomprehensible. Why work for what you could simply take? Why live simply when extravagance was available? Hey, I also spend my time with you and the rest of the ORC. That made her smile. True. Then I returned in a thought to answer her question. I considered my answer carefully, turning over the words in my mind before speaking. Not because I needed to construct a truth, but because I wanted to express the actual truth accurately. I enjoy my life, I'd finally said, looking directly into her eyes. I like the rhythm of school, the predictability balanced with small variations. I like the feeling after a hunt, not just the power gain, but knowing I've removed something harmful from the world. Battling in general has become fun. And I'd paused, feeling something unusual. Hesitation born not of uncertainty, but of vulnerability. I like being close to you. My words had come out softer than I intended. The blush that had spread across her cheeks had been immediate and intense, a deep rose that complemented her hair perfectly. She looked away, then back at me, her eyes wider than before. Oh, was all she'd managed at first. Then she'd moved closer and wrapped her arms around me in a hug that felt different from our usual contact. Deeper somehow, more meaningful. Less about being physically close, much more connection. I hadn't realized until that moment how different hugs could be. Rias hugged with her whole self, her body relaxing into the contact as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Aquino's hugs, by contrast, always felt like challenges or performances. Her body pressed against mine with deliberate precision, each point of contact calculated for maximum effect. They were enjoyable in their own way, but they never felt like she was truly letting her guard down. It often felt like she was trying to compete with Rias or trying to get a rise out of her, and a different kind of rise from me. Due to me never rising to her provocative provocation, she seemed to see it as a challenge to try harder. That was the fundamental difference, I supposed. Rias sought connection, Aquino sought reaction. Both were valid approaches to intimacy, just different in their intent and execution. I'd never get tired of feeling their chests and the rest pressed against me, so I wouldn't complain about either method. However, I felt like Aquino kept herself as distant as I did from other people, just in a different way. Aquino would often initiate intimate physical contact, trying to drag any part of me into her cleavage or between her thighs. Kaneko now outright called her a hentai, a pervert, whenever it happened. Not that it dissuaded her efforts in the least. Kaneko had given up trying to catch me being a hentai, because I wasn't one. My thoughts shifted to the petite, cat-like girl who understood my need for comfortable silence better than anyone. She'd taken to sitting near me during my brief visits to the ORC, not speaking, just existing in the same space. Sometimes she'd offer me one of her sweets, a gesture I appreciated and considered a high honor despite not particularly enjoying Japanese confections. I'd eat them anyway, because the act of sharing seemed important to her. She knew I didn't care for them either. I could tell by the way her eyes lingered on my face after the first bite, watching for my reaction. But she kept offering, and I kept accepting. A small ritual of connection between two people who preferred observation to participation. Rounding out my thoughts of the group, I was really grateful for Kiba, and I could tell Kiba felt the same way. He was now much more lively compared to when we first met. His eyes seemed normal now, full of mystery, yes, but warm. His change in demeanor had earned him a fan club of his own, something I found hilarious. Kiba looked at me strangely for a while when I actually laughed in his face, but I suppose he wasn't used to hearing that laugh. It made me think back to the time when 3 girls tried to confess to him at the SAM. My energy since pinged, interrupting my reverie. Something moving fast about a quarter-mile east, erratic panicked motion. I flash-stepped toward it, closing the distance in seconds. I spotted it immediately. A stray devil with the lower body of a leopard and the torso of a human female, its face distorted with terror as it bounded through the underbrush. It was running from something, not hunting, its movements frenzied and desperate. I dropped to the forest floor directly in its path. It skidded to a halt, eyes wild with fear that shifted to confusion when it saw me. Human, it hissed, voice like gravel on silk. No, not just human. What? I didn't wait for it to finish. My sword flashed once, severing its head in a clean arc. I softly landed behind where it had come from, sword returning its scabbard in a fluid motion. The body collapsed mid-question, twitching as its blood soaked into the forest floor. Whatever it had been running from, I'd given it a cleaner death. Observe, I whispered, more out of habit than necessity. Fairlam Stalker. Level, 24. Threat, not applicable. Condition, dead. Description, a lower-class devil servant who abandoned its master after developing a taste for human flesh. Fast but fragile, relying on ambush tactics and speed. Was experiencing an extreme fear response from unknown stimulus. Interesting. Something had terrified this predator enough to make it flee blindly through the forest. I made a mental note to be cautious as I continued my patrol. I dragged the corpse to a small clearing and performed my usual cleanup procedure. The gasoline caught quickly, flames consuming the evidence of the supernatural with efficient hunger. I waited until the fire burned low, then smothered the remaining embers with dirt and leaves. As I worked, I found myself thinking about Kiba again, resuming my thoughts before I was rudely interrupted. Our sparring sessions had become a highlight of my week. He'd grown more technically skilled, but more importantly, he'd become more alive. The deadness in his eyes had receded, replaced by focus and determination. Sometimes even humor. The first time I'd actually laughed at one of his dry comments about his new fan club, he'd looked so startled that I'd laughed harder. "I didn't know you could do that," he'd said, voice caught between amusement and genuine surprise. Neither did I'd thought but didn't say. With the cleanup complete, I flash-stepped back into the trees, alert for whatever had spooked the stray. My senses were primed, my body ready for anything. Or so I thought. I was still thinking about Kiba's transformation when it hit me, literally. One moment I was flash-stepping through the upper canopy. The next, I slammed into what felt like an invisible wall of pure stench, so powerful it disrupted my concentration mid-jump. My body tumbled through branches, control lost as the overwhelming foulness invaded my senses. I barely managed to grab a low-hanging limb, swinging once before dropping to the forest floor with as much grace as I could muster. Which wasn't much. I landed in a crouch, one hand braced against the ground, the other covering my nose and mouth. It did nothing to block the assault on my senses. My eyes watered involuntarily, and I fought the urge to gag as I took in my surroundings. A hazy green gas hung at ground level, clinging to the forest floor like a toxic fog. It wasn't thick enough to obscure visibility completely, but it created a sickly halo around the bases of trees and rocks. The moonlight filtering through the canopy gave it an eerie, phosphorescent quality, as if the forest floor were glowing with radiation. I straightened slowly, keeping my breathing shallow. This had to be what the leopard-bodied stray had been running from. Not a predator, but this miasma, this corruption of air that felt almost alive in its malevolence. My instincts screamed at me to retreat, to flash-step back the way I'd come and leave whatever created this toxicity to its own devices. It would be the logical choice, the safe choice. Instead, I found myself walking forward, drawn by a curiosity that overrode caution. Something about this felt different from the usual supernatural threats I'd encountered. The gas wasn't random. It had a source, a purpose. And whatever could generate such a potent miasma was something I needed to identify and eliminate. I'm not sure where this sense of duty came from, but I wasn't fighting it. I moved cautiously through the contaminated area, staying at ground level rather than flash-stepping. partly because the disorienting stench might cause me to miscalculate a jump, but also because I wanted to track the increasing density of the gas to locate its origin. With each step, the fog thickened and the stench intensified. What had been nauseating quickly became unbearable, a symphony of olfactory horrors that assaulted my senses in waves. I could identify individual notes in the putrid composition: decaying flesh left too long in the sun, burnt meat with an undertone of hair and bone, methane from ruptured intestines, sulfur, as if from exaggeration, the worst thing I had ever smelled. And I had extensive experience with decomposition and death from my hunting activities. This was different. This wasn't just death. It was death corrupted, death perverted into something worse than mere non-existence. It was as if someone had taken the concept of decay and weaponized it, distilled it into its most offensive form. My perfect memory was a curse in this moment, each breath cataloging new variations of foulness that I would never be able to forget. The gas seemed to cling to my skin, seeping into my clothes and hair, marking me with its taint. I wondered if I'd ever feel clean again. Despite my efforts to breathe shallowly, I found myself growing lightheaded, not from lack of oxygen, but from the sheer assault on my senses. The human brain wasn't designed to process this level of sensory offense. That's when my energy sense pinged, not the gentle alert I'd experienced before, but a massive spike that felt like a thunderclap inside my skull. Something was ahead, something vastly more powerful than the strays I'd been hunting. I froze, one hand instinctively reaching for my Zampicudo. The reading was off the charts, easily 10 times stronger than anything I'd encountered in Kuoa's forest before. Perhaps stronger than Rias or Aquino at full power. Minus pod hacks. Warning, high-level threat detected. The system's alert appeared in my vision, confirming what my senses were already screaming. This wasn't a routine hunt anymore. This was something else entirely. I weighed my options. The smart play would be to retreat, gather information, perhaps return with backup. But the pragmatist in me knew that by the time I returned with Rias or the others, whatever was generating this miasma might be gone. I didn't want to take that risk. Knowledge was power, and I needed to know what I was dealing with. I could observe from a distance, remain undetected, and extract if the situation proved too dangerous. Whatever I needed to tell myself to keep going. Decision made, I flash-stepped back into the trees, where the gas was less concentrated. Moving through the upper canopy would allow me to approach more stealthily while suffering less from the debilitating stench. As much as I hated the thought, I was slowly becoming nose-blind to the foul air. I tracked the source to its origin, then evaluate. As I moved through the branches, following the increasing density of the green fog, a sinking feeling settled in my gut. Unlike the calculated risk assessment I usually relied on, this was something more primal, an animal instinct warning me that I was moving towards something I wasn't prepared to face. For once, I couldn't dismiss the feeling as irrational. Every sense I possessed, both human and enhanced, was telling me the same thing. Danger ahead. True danger. Not the routine threats I'd grown accustomed to dispatching with ease, but something that might actually challenge my newfound capabilities. Part of me, the part that had grown complacent with easy victories, welcomed the challenge. The rest of me wondered if I was making a critical error. Too late to turn back now. Plus, I'd hate to come all that way just for my clothes to be ruined by this putrid miasma with nothing to show for it. I continued forward, moving from branch to branch, following the thickening miasma to its source. The trees ahead had changed. Their leaves were no longer merely dusted with the green miasma. They were covered in it, thick globs of viscous ooze that stretched between branches like mucous membranes. The vegetation had been corrupted into something organic yet wrong, forming what looked like a crude, pulsating cave entrance. Moonlight filtered through the canopy in sickly rays, illuminating droplets of something too thick to be dew that fell from the twisted foliage. I paused at the edge of this grotesque domain, my hand tightening around my Zampicudo-S hilt as I took in the unnatural transformation of the forest. I couldn't help but think if this was a domain expansion or realm enlargement, as this world's Gugutsu, Tyson called it. What had once been a natural clearing had been reshaped into something that defied ecological sense. The trees bent inward at impossible angles, their trunks warped and swollen with bulbous growths that leaked yellowish fluid. The green ooze mixed with putrid blood had cemented the upper branches together, creating a roof that undulated slightly, as if breathing. The entire structure resembled less a forest and more a massive, diseased throat. I swallowed hard, suppressing the instinct to retreat. Whatever had created this aberration needed to be investigated, cataloged, and, if necessary, eliminated. I stepped forward, ducking beneath a low-hanging curtain of slime that parted with a wet, sucking sound. Inside was a nightmare landscape that made the corrupted exterior seem quaint by comparison. The ground wasn't soil anymore, but a patchwork of what appeared to be compressed organic matter. Bones, hair, and tissue merged together in a spongy surface that yielded slightly with each step. Rising from this unholy floor were structures that resembled stalagmites, but formed of decaying tissue and bone rather than minerals. They spiraled upward in twisted columns of preserved muscle and sinew, some topped with recognizably human faces frozen in expressions of agony. From the ooze-covered ceiling hung heavy chains with rusted hooks, each supporting what remained of humanoid corpses. Some were fresh enough to be recognizable as devils or humans. Others had been reduced to little more than leather-like skin stretched over bone, preserved in the toxic atmosphere. Spiked chains hung from the canopy ceiling and other tree limbs, ending in vicious hooks. The hooks pierced through shoulders, rib cages, and in one particularly disturbing case, directly through a skull with the point emerging from an open mouth. Blood seemed to mist from everywhere, not flowing but suspended in the air like a fine crimson fog that settled on my skin in tacky droplets. It mixed with the green gas to create an atmosphere that was almost tangible in its wrongness, a physical presence that pushed against my senses with malevolent intent. The stench was beyond description now. My earlier encounter with the miasma had been merely the outer edges of this concentrated horror. Here, at its source, the smell had transcended mere physical offense to become something that assaulted the mind directly. It bypassed the olfactory nerves and struck at the most primitive parts of the brain, triggering revulsion so deep it felt ancestral. I found myself fighting not just nausea, but a creeping sense of existential dread. This place wasn't just corrupted, it was corruption itself distilled into physical form. A violation of natural law, so profound that reality itself seemed to warp around its edges. Despite years of emotional distance and detachment, I felt something primal stirring in my chest. Not fear exactly, though that was certainly present, but a deep, instinctive recognition that I was in the presence of something fundamentally wrong. A wet, crunching sound drew my attention deeper into the chamber. I moved forward cautiously, stepping around the tissue columns, keeping to the shadows cast by the strange, pulsating light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Then I saw it, something that didn't belong on Earth, or in the depths of hell, or in any realm that obeyed structure or sanity. At first, my brain tried to categorize it and failed. The dimensions didn't register correctly. It stood at least 12 feet tall, but the scale kept warping every time I blinked. Its body was grotesquely swollen, like a corpse left to ferment and swell in stagnant water. Skin clung tight over some parts, pulled taut like overstretched leather, while in others it hung loose in sagging curtains, slick with pus and sweat. It didn't walk. It sloshed. Each movement shifted the weight of its body, like a living stomach trying to digest itself. Its limbs looked like they had been tacked on after the fact, short, stubby, misaligned, barely sufficient to carry its own mass. Its back was ruptured with vertical slits that wheezed and hissed like broken lungs, venting clouds of pale green gas into the chamber. The stench hit me instantly, sour, metallic, layered with the unmistakable scent of meat that had learned how to rot in ways that defied biology. It loomed over a pile of corpses, humanoid, devil, and things I didn't recognize. all partially consumed, some still twitching. Bone jutted from the mess at impossible angles, licked clean in places, others gnawed down with mindless precision. Blood oozed like sap from the mound, pooling around the creature's squat feet, soaking into the fleshy floor with sickening squelches. And then it turned its head, or what I thought was a head. Its face wasn't centered. It was smeared across the upper torso, a gaping vertical mouth lined with irregular, needled teeth, twitching and drooling as it chewed on a limp arm that hadn't fully been swallowed. Above that, mounted like a tumor on its shoulder, was a second maw. This one was wider, deeper, darker, like something trying to crawl out of its own host. Before I could examine it further, I activated Observe, needing data before I decided how to proceed. GHOM, the Devouring Titan. Level? Condition. The hunger is older than the name. It remembers everything it's ever eaten, especially what got away. Threat level. B. Environmental modifier. This creature thrives in toxic or rotted terrain. Threat level increased to a while in corrupted environments. Descriptive insight. An ancient and hateful being created in the depths of the abyss over 400 years ago. A malformed giant of bloat and decay. GOM is less a creature and more a biological, demonic catastrophe given shape. Its body pulses with internal motion, as if digesting something that refuses to die. The stench of bile and necrotic gas coils around it like a veil, and its mind simmers with a sadistic fascination toward anything that bleeds, breathes, or begs. It speaks like it's tasting you. It fights like it's seasoning you. This is not hunger for sustenance. This is hunger for possession, for the right to say you were mine before you died. The data chilled me more than the sight itself. Level? Threat level be elevated to A. This wasn't just another stray. This was something ancient, powerful, and uniquely evil. The kind of creature that had survived centuries not through luck, but through calculated malice. This was likely the strongest thing I had encountered in this world. I began to withdraw slowly, planning to retreat and formulate a strategy. I need preparation for this, perhaps even backup. This wasn't a fight to take on unprepared. Something new on the breeze. The voice froze me in place. It was the deepest voice I'd ever heard, the kind that vibrated your body hair like the bass of a low subwoofer. Guttural, oily, each word drawn out as if the speaker were tasting the syllables before releasing them. The massive figure turned, and I caught a glimpse of a rusted iron mask fused to what might generously be called a face, strings of blood paced running from its jaw into its distended, open-mouthed belly. Not rotted, not ripe, but close. The creature's massive head swiveled, searching the shadows where I stood, trying to hide like you can escape my hunger. I didn't move, didn't breathe, but somehow it knew exactly where I was. Every part of you is going to slide. It continued, a wet sound like collapsing lungs punctuating its speech. Skin, bone, name all of it. I'm going to swallow who you were until there's nothing left but teeth marks. The creature, GOM, took a step forward, its massive bulk shifting with surprising grace. Hooks and chains in its body pulsated as it moved, releasing unknown fluids from its twisted form. It extended one bloated hand, fingers dripping with a substance that sizzled when it hit the ground. You have no idea what you're for, it said, crushing something underfoot with a sharp, wet crunch. But I do. I can smell it on you. Weakness like yours smells delicious. I knew in that moment that I was outmatched, not just in power, but in experience. This thing had been hunting and killing for centuries. It had survived in a world where weakness meant death, and it had done more than survive. It had created this twisted kingdom of rot. My hand tightened around my Zanpakuto-S hilt. I could feel my Riryoku responding to my tension, gathering beneath my skin like a storm ready to break. I had two choices, retreat or fight. Logic dictated the former. Every calculation, every risk assessment pointed to withdrawal as the only rational option. I stood my ground. Sometimes, logic isn't enough. I took one look around at the flesh structures, seeing the dead faces staring at me with terrified grimaces and frozen screams. This abomination must die. It had to die. The mere idea of retreat, or giving this thing even a momentary opening, was intolerable. Not because I believed I was stronger, but because the alternative meant being overrun, devoured, and reconstituted as a footnote in this ecosystem of rot. Not to mention all of the poor souls it'd take after it ate me. My Zampicudo flashed in the jaundiced illumination as I flash-stepped, closing the gap between us in a heartbeat. My mind ran calculations before I could blink. Center of mass, possible weak points, momentum vectors, the odds of my blade even registering as a threat. The monster's bulk was horrifying, but what stood out wasn't the size. It was the density. The concentrated presence. Gom felt less like an enemy and more like a singularity, a gravitational well that pulled every law of survival inward, crushing reason and fear to paste. I slashed for its gut, the blade hissing through a membrane of necrotic tissue. The wound opened wide and deep, gushing slime and liquefied organ, the color and viscosity of a septic tank mid-backup. Some of it spattered my cheek, instantly turning skin numb. I gritted my teeth, clinging to the adrenaline, and wrenched the blade free as the wound began to close, slower than expected, but enough to keep my pulse spiking. Gom didn't scream. He didn't even wince. Instead, there was a sound, subsonic, more felt than heard, vibrating through the fungal velvet underfoot and into the cartilage scaffold of my bones. A low, rumbling purr, rich and sickly with amusement. On its face, if that was the word, a mask of rusted iron, fused directly to blistered flesh by centuries of corrosion and heat. The jaw unhinged, lips peeling back in what might have been a smile, if not for the ragged tangle of tongues and rows of glassy gray teeth. Gom rumbled. "You cut delicious. Do it again." There was no pain, no fear, only glee. He wanted it. He wanted me to carve him up, to taste the fresh air in his wounds. The invitation was so perverse that my hand trembled just for a moment, but I steeled myself and attacked again, flash stepping to his left and targeting what might have been a kidney if this thing's biology had ever read a textbook. The Zampicudo opened a new seam, thick yellow-green fluid spurting with so much force it coated the wall behind us. The stench hit me like a rugby tackle. Ammonia, decay, a cloying sweetness that was somehow worse than pure rot. I nearly gagged, eyes watering, and that's when I realized the stink was a weapon. The chamber shook with another purr, louder this time, vibrating through the heaps of corpses like a tuning fork made of meat and despair. Gom's left arm, a swollen log of muscle, bristling with bone spurs and leaking pus at every joint, swung at me. I ducked, let it pass overhead, then drove my blade into the armpit, angling for a major artery. The limb barely slowed, and I felt the sword snag on something deep within, maybe a tendon, before a sudden twist threatened to wrench it out of my hands. I abandoned finesse, planted a boot against his bloated side, and yanked until the blade came free with a hideous sucking sound. The wound should have crippled the arm, should have, but didn't. Instead, it flexed experimentally, as if testing a new range of motion. "Meals that struggle are seasoned better," Gom teased, voice sloshing with glee. It spun to face me, leaking from a dozen fresh gashes, but otherwise unconcerned. The iron mask caught the light, eyes burning with a hunger that was almost intimate. I felt somehow like prey in a laboratory maze. Every zigzag, every frantic leap, observed and relished. I flash-stepped away, putting distance between us, and took stock of my situation. My blade was slick with whatever passed for Gom's blood. My arms and face stung everywhere the fluid had touched. The creature had not slowed, had not staggered. If anything, it seemed invigorated. My thoughts churned. Every slice, every puncture, was met with deranged pleasure. The wounds weren't closing by regeneration. Not exactly. They were cannibalizing themselves, folding in nearby matter to fill the gap. The process was disturbingly efficient, like watching a time-lapse of decay in reverse. I looked around, and it clicked. The piles of remains, the web of veins and tendrils lining the walls, the way the stench seemed to pulse in time with Gom's voice. The entire chamber was part of him, an extension of his will, an unholy digestive tract, always hungry, never satisfied. My hand tightened on the hilt. So that's it. Not just a body, an ecosystem. The boundary between flesh and environment is gone. Gom's mask creaked, jaw opening wider. Clever food. The first to understand. The first to see the rules for what they are. He gestured with a half-severed arm, chunks of flesh peeling off as he moved. Slice. Cut. No. I will take it all. His words echoed, bouncing off the chamber's slick organic walls and returning, warped and magnified. I felt a shiver, not of fear, but of recognition. This was more than a fight. It was a closed system, and I was the only new variable left to be metabolized. I pivoted, changed tactics. The next flash step was a blur, a rapid zigzag, unpredictable, designed to throw off even a predator's predictive model. I targeted the spine, then the secondary mouths, then the assortment of cysts and pulsating organs near his lower back. Each attack landed, and each time Gom's purr deepened, the tone of pleasure rising to a near-orgasmic buzz. Keep cutting, Gom moaned, stomach distending obscenely with every word. I like to feel you trying. I could feel him learning. Each feint, each change in angle, was logged, digested, and countered a moment later. He was growing faster, more deliberate. The wounds started to close before I'd even finished the cuts, and the mass of muscle and tissue beneath the surface began to ripple in anticipation. I was running out of time and out of tricks. That's when Gom's body convulsed all at once. The slits along his back snapped open like grotesque gills, and a thick green vapor erupted with horrifying speed. I didn't even have time to hold my breath. The cloud was everywhere, a burning miasma that clung to skin and lungs, eating at the spirit as much as the flesh. My vision doubled. My legs felt weak. I staggered and nearly lost my grip on the sword. The cloud had a taste, bitter and sour, undercut with a chemical tang like fresh paint and bleach. I recognized the evolutionary logic. Bait the prey with something alluring, then overwhelm with toxins. I coughed, felt blood in my throat, and reflexively flared my Riatsu, creating a thin shield around my body. The pain receded, but only slightly. It still burned. Through the haze, I saw Gom watching me, eyes calculating. Most things just die when they breathe it. But you're different, more resistant. I didn't waste words. My thoughts ran on pure survival calculus now. I forced a surge of Riatsu outward, shoving the air and toxic haze back with an almost physical violence. For a few heartbeats, I carved a safe zone in the suffocating atmosphere, a bubble of vacuum in a sea of putrid rot. The flesh-laden ground beneath us cracked and buckled under the pressure, geysers of green ichor spurting up, only to ooze shut a second later. The green miasma swirled and churned throughout the cavity. I was irritated to see that the weight of my intense spiritual pressure didn't faze this thing at all. So I let it all out, my Riatsu in full, something I've only done a few times before. All that magical energy, oh, what a wonderful morsel you'll be. Maybe the tastiest thing I've devoured in a long while. The creature gave a low, guttural laugh. But puny energy like that won't affect me. If I wasn't worried before, now I was. The full weight of my Riatsu could crush lower-level strays into dust. I channeled more Riryoku into my blade, hoping to add spiritual cutting power to its physical edge. My latest rank increase for Riryoka body enhancement let me channel it into my sword, since I treated it as an extension of my body. The Zanpakuto gleamed brighter, but remained silent. No resonance, no connection to my inner spirit. Just cold steel enhanced by raw power. I was really getting irritated with my spirit. But now wasn't the time. I didn't waste words. My thoughts ran on pure survival calculus now. I forced a surge of Riatsu outward, shoving the air and toxic haze back with an almost physical violence. For a few heartbeats, I carved a safe zone in the suffocating atmosphere, a bubble of vacuum in a sea of putrid rot. The flesh-laden ground beneath us cracked and buckled under the pressure, geysers of green ichor spurting up, only to ooze shut a second later. Even at full blast, my spiritual pressure didn't rattle Gom. If anything, he seemed to savor it. I kept moving. No point standing still and trading stares with a monster whose only hobby was biological warfare. I flash-stepped behind him, targeting the base of his skull, if he even had one, and slashed. The edge of my blade, supercharged with Riryoku, sang as it bit deep, carving through dermis, cartilage, and down to the marrow. The wound hissed, then instantly puckered shut, the severed flesh bubbling as it pulled itself together, greedily slurping down my attack, as if it were gravy on mashed potatoes. Gom turned, his iron mask twisted into a leer. So spicy, so eager. He rolled the syllables around his mouth, savoring them as if he could taste my desperation. Not like the others. You want to win. He reached for me, movements lazy but inexorable, like a planet casually repositioning its moons. I dodged, but the wide arc of his fist generated a backdraft that nearly toppled me. The air pressure alone was enough to rip the leaves from the trees outside, should any have survived the encroaching tumor of this fleshy underworld. I pressed the attack, shifting my strategy with every step. Joints, eyes, nerve clusters, any point on the body that might conceivably induce real pain or at least compromise the structure. My Zanpakuto became a blur, an angry white flicker in the darkness. I jabbed, slashed, and twisted, each strike finding new targets. The soft spot behind the knee, the loose skin in the underarm, the cluster of pulsating glands along the neck. Every time, the result was the same. The wound would open, then instantly close, occasionally burping a little cloud of spores or a trickle of acidic blood. Once I managed to slice clean through one of the secondary mouths, neatly decapitating its cluster of teeth and tongue. The severed head hit the ground, writhing like a snake, then instantly rejoined the central mass, remelding as if stitched by an invisible surgeon on speed. The brief, gory ballet made me want to vomit. Gom only laughed, the sound vibrating through the entire chamber. You fight like you're afraid of getting dirty. Let loose. Make it a real hunt. It taunted like getting its blood on me wouldn't evaporate my skin if I let it. I remained calm and focused, analyzing every movement, every twitch of his muscle, every ripple of vapor that wafted off his back. My mind flicked through possibilities, data points accumulating with each exchange. He was studying me, too. Every feint and flick of my blade went into his memory, chewed up and digested into a smarter, more predatory approach. Already, Gom's reactions were faster, his attacks more precise, less random. He was crafting a counter-predator, molecule by molecule, right in front of me. I tried a new angle. Instead of attacking, I redirected my energy into defense, pushing out a Ryoryoka shield so dense it crackled and sparked against the ambient miasma. Then, while Gom was distracted by the sudden shift, I flash-stepped to the very edge of the chamber, drawing his attention away from the maze of organic pipes and fleshy columns that lined the walls. For a moment, I hung back and studied the domain itself. The entire place was a living extension of Gom, every inch of it connected by vasculature and nerves, a single biomechanical system. The idea was grotesque, yet somehow elegant. I wondered if I could turn that dependency into a liability. He seemed to notice the pause in my assault. Is the food tired? You still need more seasoning. Gom jeered, voice echoing off the meat-wrapped walls. The last one danced much longer before he was devoured. I scanned for any sign of that last one, but there was nothing left, just liquefied residue and the faint psychic impression of despair. It fueled my determination, even as my own lungs started to burn from the ever-thickening haze. I fueled another attack, this time angling for a stalactite of bone hanging from the ceiling. I carve a wedge of Riryoku around it, severing the point and sending the massive spike tumbling down toward Gom. He caught it with a single hand, crushing it to powder with a lazy squeeze. But the distraction bought me what I needed, a split second to study the way the wounds reacted, how the veins in the walls pulsed in time with his heavy, gluttonous breathing. I realized that every injury I inflicted was instantly patched over by pulling biomass from the environment. The domain itself was his buffer, his healing pool. I needed to starve the system. All the while, the air got thicker, the green fog now dense enough to blur the outlines of Gom's grotesque body, making him seem less like a creature and more like a primordial force. I could feel the acid and the mist clinging to my skin, eating into the fabric of my uniform, even starting to bite through my Ririoka body enhancement. The longer I stayed, the more my body felt like it was dissolving into the scenery. Gom must have sensed my flagging resolve. He reared back and let loose a fresh wave of the chemical cloud, this one far more potent, more caustic than before. I tried to shield myself, but the mist wrapped around my legs and arms, burning through layers of spiritual armor and raising angry welts wherever it touched. I gritted my teeth and focused. If I couldn't outfight or outlast this thing, I had to outthink it. The domain was a closed system. If I could set off a chain reaction, anything strong enough to disrupt the entire network, maybe, just maybe, I could force Gom to play by new rules. My brain scrambled through options. Fire? Unlikely, in a damp, meat-filled cavern. Electricity? Maybe if I could find a way to generate enough of a charge and deliver it through the wet, conductive walls. Or maybe, Gom lurched forward, his arm transforming mid-motion, the skin splitting and folding back to reveal a cluster of barbed hooks strung together with living sinew. He whipped it at me, the hooks moving so fast they whistled. I barely dodged, feeling one of them graze my cheek and leave a trail of stinging pain behind. I moved to counter, but Gom wasn't done. He opened his maw wide and vomited forth a stream of black-green mucus, a pressurized acid jet that hissed as it hit the ground. Gom whipped his head up, slashing the air with the high-pressure stream of acid. The stream reached the wall behind me and ceiling above me. I flashed to the left to dodge the deadly beam. The stream, the size of a small coin, cut through the entire environment, letting in the moonlight from what seemed like another world shine in. The small gap quickly healed itself, just as Gom had done with its body. The acid attack clipped my right thigh and instantly burned through skin and muscle. I bit back a scream, forced myself to keep my feet, even as blood and acid dripped together to the hungry ground. The ground seemed to ungulate with every drop of my blood that fell onto it. Appetizer, Gom taunted, his words now wet and bubbling with pleasure. I wonder what the main course will taste like. I limped backward, trying to keep weight off my injured leg. My mind went into overdrive, searching for any remaining edge. The smell of burning flesh mixed with the cloying sweetness of decay, and I realized I was very nearly out of time. It was then I noticed a pattern in the walls, a repeating structure like a lattice of bone and nerve, pulsing with every heartbeat of the beast. The green vapor was densest around these nodes. They were clearly the distribution centers for the miasma. If I could disrupt even one of those, I might create an opening. I gathered my Ririoku, forced it into my Zanpakuto until the blade hummed with barely contained power, and flash-stepped with everything I'd left to the largest of the bone lattice nodes. Gom reacted instantly, swinging his barbed arm like a whip, but I was faster, just barely. I brought the sword down in a full body arc, slicing clean through the core of the node. The effect was immediate. The green fog recoiled, the lattice spasmed, and for a split second, Gom's entire body seized up, as if I'd triggered stroke. The connective tissue that ran between him and his environment went slack. The wounds I'd inflicted earlier, dozens of them, gaped wide, leaking precious matter onto the floor. Gom roared, this time in real pain, and the sound nearly deafened me. But the moment passed. The beast fought through the shock and with a titanic contraction, reabsorbed the leaking tissue, sealing the wounds with even more force than before. The green vapor resumed, if anything thicker, darker, more caustic. But I bought myself a tiny window. It could be hurt. The domain could be used against it. The acid mist was burning me alive, but not efficiently enough. My arms were stippled with cherry red welts. and my uniform crackled at every seam as the caustic fog chewed through the fibers. My Ryoryoku protected me from the worst of the damage, but every minute my energy drained became slightly less robust. Maybe that was Gom's real plan. Boil me down like stock until I was nothing but sweet, vulnerable syrup. Delightful. I try not to dwell on the pain or the exhaustion. I trained for this sort of attrition, even if I'd never exactly anticipated being dissolved alive by a primordial devil in a cave made of recycled corpses. You couldn't find that on a syllabus, not even at Kuo Academy. I kept my mind on the task and scanned the ceiling again, mapping the topography of death above me. Where the fleshy vault was thinnest, it bulged dangerously, a patchwork of almost membrane trembling with every vibration. Inside those pockets, gas writhed and pressed, the colors luminous and sickly under Gom's bioluminescent glow. It was easy to guess what kind. Methane, most likely, with a strong admixture of hydrogen sulfide and ammonia from the necrotic soup below. The scientist in me wanted to know more, maybe run a sample through a field analyzer. The rest of me, the part that preferred not to get eaten by an interdimensional horror, wanted to set it on fire and improvise the rest. Gom was watching me. Even as he advanced, his attention never wavered, those predators' eyes tracking every micro-movement, every quick inhale, every twitch of my sword hand. He was learning, adapting. I couldn't afford to let him finish the lesson before I flipped the table. Running out of tricks, me? He taunted, his voice a low, rolling thunder that vibrated in my ribs. The last one tried to hide, too. He's still in here, you know. I just don't remember where I put him. Now, that was a detail. The implication that the domain kept everything didn't easily let anything go. I wondered briefly if, somewhere in this hellscape, bits and pieces of Gom's previous meals were still screaming. I needed to move. Fast. I reached into my inventory and palmed the first of the gasoline containers. It was unromantic, maybe, but nothing burned like the classics. The plastic jugs were still cool to the touch. I bought them by the dozen from hardware stores several months back, a contingency for stray devil disposal. I'd never expected to use them like this. Gom cocked his head. What's that? Something to spice up the flavor. I didn't answer. Instead, I flash-stepped to the edge of the cavern and started pouring. The gasoline splashed across the undulating floor, beating and pooling in the deep grooves between muscle fibers and down the sides of vena protrusions. Gom reared back, nostrils flaring. That's new, he said, uncertain. But it won't help you. I can eat anything. Eat this, I muttered and flash-stepped again, painting a serpentine trail of accelerant through the maze of columns and gibbering flesh piles. Wherever I went, I left a glistening stripe of gasoline. Some of it soaked directly into the biological flooring. Some of it pooled in hollowed-out eye sockets or the pitted depths of exposed bone. All of it smelled like opportunity. For a moment, it seemed almost comedic. The big scary monster and a harried human with a couple plastic jugs. But I knew how exothermic reactions worked, and I had faith in basic chemistry. Good thing this thing didn't. Gom lunged at me, this time with real intent, his massive right arm uncoiling like a piston, fingers splaying to rake through the air. I backstepped, but the force was enough to send a shock wave through the entire chamber. Gasoline sloshed in my grip, splattering up my sleeve and onto my face. I blinked the sting away, ducked under his next swipe, and upended the container over a dense cluster of pulsating glands. The liquid hissed as it made contact, the surface tension rippling with each of Gom's steps. I felt his attention sharpen, like a knife edge. "You're stalling," he said, and at that moment I realized he was right. I couldn't afford to drag this out. Not when every second let the acid fog eat deeper into my skin, or his brain adapted further to my patterns. Gom wasn't just a beast. He was a self-updating algorithm in a sack of wet meat. I finished the first container, tossed it aside, and flash-stepped to a new vantage near the chamber's midpoint. The second container came out just as easily, and I started dousing the periphery, columns, stalactites, even the wall itself continue in my circuit of the chamber. Some part of me marveled at how easily the gasoline cut through the ambient miasma, a chemical exclamation point on an already gaudy sentence. Gom seemed to realize something was wrong. It lurched forward suddenly, one massive arm swinging toward me with surprising speed. I ducked beneath it, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle my hair, and continued pouring gasoline across a particularly dense clump of bone and tissue. "Stop that," Gom growled, no longer amused. "What you doing?" I flash-stepped away from another swipe, this one coming closer. Gom was learning my patterns, anticipating my movements. I needed to work faster. "Answer me," it roared, its voice echoing through the chamber. The sound was so forceful that I felt it in my chest, a pressure wave that momentarily disrupted my concentration. Gom then ripped a hook and chain from his flesh and started to throw it, trying to hook me like a fish. I dodged the best I could. I didn't stop. Empty container, new container, pour and move. The routine was simple, mechanical. My hands worked on autopilot while my mind calculated angles, spread patterns, flash points. The gasoline was creating an interconnected network across the chamber floor, climbing up the fleshy columns, pooling beneath mounds of tissue. Probably getting irritated it could hit me. With its hook, Gom launched itself at me with surprising agility, its bloated form moving faster than something that size had any right to. I barely avoided a crushing blow, the displaced air from its fist sending gasoline spattering across my shoes. I flash-stepped to the other side of the chamber, continuing my work with methodical precision. "When I catch you," Gom promised, its voice dropping to an oily whisper, "I'm going to keep you alive for days. Weeks. I'll eat you one piece at a time, starting with your eyes, so you can feel everything but see nothing." I flash-stepped again, this time to a patch of floor near the largest of the gas blisters in the ceiling. I splashed the gasoline upward, making sure the spray hit the drooping membrane and pooled in the rough bowl at the apex of the cave. The volume of gas trapped up there had to be immense, and the moment that membrane tore, well, at least it wouldn't be boring. I capped the container, stuck it back in my inventory, and took a breath. The air was almost unbreathable now, a volatile blend of necrosis and high-octane fuel. My skin itched and my eyes burned, but adrenaline kept my vision crisp. "Get over here, meat," Gom growled. I drew my Zanpakuto, channeling every last iota of Riryoku into the blade. The hum was electric, the edge singing with potential energy. Gom's mask split into a rictus. Finally done scurrying about, he came at me. All pretense dropped, a charging wall of muscle, steel, and sinew. His massive hands flexed, ready to pulp me into a meal. The ground shook with each step, and the atmospheric pressure built, a storm front of predatory intent. I didn't run. I waited until he was nearly on top of me, then flash-stepped straight into his personal space, blade flickering in a dazzling arc. Instead of slashing at his body, I slashed the membrane overhead. The gas pocket ruptured. A balloon of methane and hydrogen sulfide exploded downward, enveloping us both in a sudden, clammy fog. The pressure difference nearly knocked me off my feet. Gom roared in surprise, flinching back as the gas rolled over him. He recovered almost instantly. "Nice trick, but now you've gassed yourself, too. What's your next move, meat?" Sheathing my sword, I pulled out a matchbook from my inventory. Gom's eyes, or what passed for them, widened as he seemed to realize what I was doing. I flash-stepped to the highest point in the chamber, a jagged outcropping of bone and tissue near the ceiling. Below me, Gom watched with those unblinking eyes, its massive head craned upward, iron mask gleaming dully in the sickly light. "You won't get away from me," Gom roared. It took out its hook again, then another with its other hand, ripping it free from its flesh. Using both chained hooks, Gom began assaulting the ledge I was on. I flashed to different ledges, dodging the strikes, but the monster didn't relent. I pulled one out while dodging, and I struck the match. The blue-orange flare was almost blinding in the darkness, a pure point of hope in an endless night. Gom instantly recognized the danger, even as the gas haloed around us both. "And no," he thundered, and lashed at me with a speed that defied physics, or at least common decency. I dropped the match. Time seemed to slow as it fell, tumbling end over end through the thick, fetid air. Gom lunged upward, massive arms outstretched to intercept it, but too late. The match hit a puddle of gasoline and ignited. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The flame ignited the methane in the air, causing a brief thermal expansion of fire, a chemical explosion. Fire then raced along the trails of accelerant, spreading across the chamber floor in branching rivers of flame. The heat built rapidly, the gasoline burning hot and fast, igniting everything it touched. Fleshy columns became torches. Mounds of tissue blackened and curled. The organic floor itself began to bubble and boil. But that was just the beginning. As the temperature rose, the methane pockets in the ceiling expanded, stretching their fleshy containers to the breaking point. One burst with a wet pop, releasing a gout of flammable gas that the spreading fire immediately ignited. Then another, and another. The chain reaction was exponential. Each methane explosion triggered more ruptures, releasing more gas, feeding the growing inferno. The chamber, once dim and fetid, now blazed with orange light and searing heat. I wrapped myself in a cocoon of Riryoku, forming a thin barrier of spiritual energy to shield against the worst of the heat and pressure. Even so, I felt my skin tighten as the temperature soared, sweat evaporating instantly from my forehead. Below me, Gom was screaming, a sound unlike anything I'd heard from it before. Not the smug purr of satisfaction or the oily tones of threat, but genuine, agonized rage. "My meat," it howled, thrashing wildly as flames engulfed its bloated form. "You burn my meat." Its flesh blackened and split, revealing glimpses of something darker underneath, a core structure that the fire couldn't as easily consume. The hooks and chains embedded in its body glowed red with heat, metal expanding and warping with loud pings that cut through even the roar of the flames. Around us, the domain itself was dying. The carefully constructed ecosystem of rot that Gom had built was collapsing, unable to withstand the purifying fury of the fire and chemical explosions. Layers of corrupted tissue peeled away like burning paper, revealing glimpses of natural stone and earth beneath, the true structure of the forest clearing that Gom had perverted into its lair. The smell changed too. The stench of rot was still there, but now it was being cooked out, replaced by the acrid bite of smoke and the sharp tang of burning chemicals. It wasn't pleasant, but it was different, and right now, different meant progress. I flash-stepped to another outcropping as my previous perch collapsed in a shower of burning debris. From my new vantage point, I watched Gom thrash and howl, its massive form silhouetted against the flames like some demon from ancient mythology. For the first time since our encounter began, it seemed truly wounded, truly vulnerable. But as the initial wave of explosions subsided and the fire settled into a steadier burn, I noticed something concerning. Gom was still moving, still intact. Damaged, yes, severely, but not destroyed. And as I watched, it turned those unblinking eyes toward me, the iron mask now glowing dull red from the heat. The look it gave me wasn't amusement anymore. It wasn't hunger or curiosity or even anger. It was hatred, pure, focused, and absolute. The smoke parted like a curtain, and Gom emerged. No longer the bloated sack of putrid flesh, but something blackened and furious, partially cooked meat fused with molten metal and charred bone. Steam hissed from cracks in its hide, and the iron mask that had once seemed decorative now appeared fused to its skull, glowing orange at the edges from the intense heat. Its movements were jerky, pained, but there was nothing weak about the rage that radiated from every scorched inch of its massive frame. "Clever rat," it growled, voice deeper and rawer than before. "Burning my collection, my domain, my objects of devour." I kept my distance, Zampicudo at the ready, gauging Gom's condition. The fire had done significant damage, that much was clear. Portions of its bloated flesh had been burned away entirely, revealing glimpses of a more solid frame beneath. The hooks and chains embedded in its body glowed with residual heat, metal expanding and contracting with soft pings in the superheated air. But it wasn't defeated, not even close. Gom's massive hand reached up to its own side, fingers closing around one of the larger hooks protruding from its ribs. With a wet, tearing sound, it ripped the barbed metal free from its own flesh. A gout of black-green fluid spurted from the wound, hissing where it hit the smoldering ground. "Your turn to bleed." Gom hurled the hook at me with shocking speed and precision. I flash-stepped to the right, but there was hesitation from the wound on my leg I hadn't noticed growing worse. The barbed metal caught me in mid-movement, tearing through my left shoulder with a sickening crunch. The impact knocked me backward, and for a moment, all I registered was white-hot pain that eclipsed thought itself. The hook wasn't just embedded in my flesh. It had punched clean through muscle and shattered bone, its barbed tip protruding from my back in a grotesque parody of a piercing. Blood poured from the wound, hot and thick, soaking my shahakusho in seconds. I tried to lift my left arm and found it wouldn't respond at all, the damage too severe for even my enhanced physiology to compensate. I had just enough presence of mind to see the chain attached to the hook go taut. Gom yanked with terrible strength, and I was airborne, dragged through the smoky air like a hooked fish, my body a helpless projectile pulled toward those waiting jaws. The chain rattled as it retracted, each link bringing me closer to Gom's massive form. The pain in my shoulder intensified as the hook twisted with emotion, tearing muscle and scraping bone. "You die now, meat," Gom growled, its vertical mouth splitting wider in anticipation. Time slowed in that moment of flight. I saw the gaping maw waiting to receive me, teeth gleaming in the firelight, strings of saliva stretching between jagged points like webbing. I saw the satisfaction in those unblinking eyes, the certainty of victory. And I made a choice. Instead of fighting the pull, I used it, twisting my body in midair to add momentum, my good arm bringing my Zanpakuto around in a flashing arc. As Gom yanked me into range, I drove the blade directly into one of its secondary mouths with every ounce of strength I could muster. The sword plunged to the hilt, and for the first time, Gom's reaction wasn't pleasure, it was pain. A howl erupted from both its mouths, the sound so primal it seemed to vibrate through the very air. Its grip on the chain faltered, and I dropped to the ground, the hook still embedded in my shoulder. I didn't waste the opening. Ignoring the agony that lanced through my left side with every movement, I began flash-stepping in a rapid cyclone around Gom's massive form. Each pause in my movement lasted only a fraction of a second, just long enough to drive my blade into what looked vital. Eyes, throat, the joints where limbs met the torso, the base of its spine. My attacks were desperate, fueled by pain and the knowledge that I might not get another chance. Each thrust was precise, each target calculated to cause maximum damage. Gom roared and thrashed, trying to track my movements, but I was moving too quickly, attacking from too many angles. Its domain ablaze and collapsing, there was no more regeneration. For a moment, it seemed to be working. Dark fluid gushed from dozens of puncture wounds, and Gom's movements became more erratic, less coordinated. I pressed the advantage, driving my blade into its neck, twisting, then flash-stepping away before it could retaliate. Then something changed. The wounds I'd inflicted, dozens of precise surgical strikes, suddenly expanded. Each puncture hole bulged outward, swelling like a balloon being overinflated. Gom's entire body tensed, muscles visibly straining beneath its charred hide. And then they exploded. Every wound erupted in a pressurized blast of green bile, spraying in all directions with fire hose force. The toxic fluid filled the air, creating a mist so dense and caustic that it obscured vision entirely. I caught the full brunt of one such eruption directly in my face, the acid-like substance instantly burning skin and eating through clothing. I staggered back, momentarily blinded, coughing as the fumes invaded my lungs. Through the pain and disorientation, I sensed rather than saw Gom's massive form lumbering toward me. Pure instinct drove me forward in one final, desperate attack. I flash-stepped directly at the source of the heaviest footfalls to a burning meat column. My feet barely whispered on that surface before I launched myself like a torpedo, Zampicudo extended before me like a lance. The blade met resistance, then punched through. I felt it sink deep into what had to be Gom's head, the metal grinding against bone before sliding home. A triumphant surge of adrenaline cut through the pain. A kill strike, surely. Nothing could survive a blade through the brain. But Gom didn't fall. Instead, it went utterly still. For a moment, I honestly believed it was finished. No, I wanted to believe it. The kill strike, the blade through the skull, the satisfying pop of resistance giving way. Every instinct screamed that the monster should crumple, or at least collapse to its knees in a heap of cauterized gristle. Instead, it just stopped. Entirely. Even the firestorm that raged around us seemed to pause, as if the universe itself was too disgusted to process what would come next. It was the silence that unnerved me most. There were no more howls, no more mocking jeers or clinking of chains. The air, previously rife with a symphony of rot and combustion, stilled. In the absence of sound, the acidic stench and the bitter flavor of burned protein on my tongue became somehow more acute, reminders that I was breathing the death of a world, and that it might include me. Then, building from the base of its fused, charred torso, Gom laughed. It began as a low, metallic rattle. At first I thought it was the heated chains cooling, contracting with a chorus of pinging metal. But the sound warped, deepened, took on a rhythm that was unmistakably deliberate. A bubble of mirth filtered through a meat grinder and a megaphone. It echoed through the chamber, vibrating the floor and the scorched air alike, a subsonic growl that made the marrow in my bones want to shrivel. I blinked away the caustic fluid that had glued my eyelashes together and felt my vision swim, the edges of my consciousness fuzzing with pain and the residual effects of the neurotoxin that still coursed through my veins. Through the haze, I saw a movement, a twitch, a ripple, a flex of tendon and sinew as Gom's body began to change. Using its shifting body as a springboard, I jumped back. I barely kept my balance as I landed, soared up and ready, and watched in fascinated revulsion as Gom's whole body seemed to collapse in on itself. The process was not like a wounded animal collapsing. It was purposeful, controlled, methodical. First, the bloated stomach that had hung from its torso like a sack of spoiled meat began to deflate, the flesh shriveling and toughening as if all the fluid within had been flash-boiled away. Huge canyons of scar tissue opened and snapped shut, the wounds sealing themselves in violent spasms. Muscles bulged, then pulled tight against the bone, the gelatinous quality of its flesh evaporating as it compressed into slabs of pure, corded strength. There was something almost elegant about it, if elegance could be defined by the way a rabid pit bull's jaw can shatter a femur. The reek of burning hair and skin was replaced by the sharper note of ozone and superheated metal, as the chains and hooks that had decorated Gom's frame were sucked. Its height diminished from a monstrous 12 feet to a still terrifying but more compact and efficient 8. The loose, sagging skin that had lent it a grotesque, comedic quality was gone. In its place, taut, mummified muscle, covered in a grime of ash and necrotic tissue, each movement now rippling with a terrifying economy of force. The fusion of hooks and chains formed a kind of subdermal armor, the metal winding through flesh in elaborate filigrees, protruding from knuckles and elbows as barbs and spikes. The iron mask, which had once seemed fused to its skull by accident, now split and peeled away in segments like the petals of a carnivorous plant, revealing a raw, predatory face beneath. It was almost human, in the way a nightmare is almost memory. The eyes were smaller, set deeper into the sockets, but they burned and glowed red with a focus that hadn't been there before. The mouth, now free of vertical constraints, gaped open, opening into a ragged cleft lined with jagged teeth that looked more like broken machinery than animal incisors. Every part of Gom was now optimized for violence. This wasn't the same creature. This was something else, something worse. I tried to burn away its excess, to strip it down to something manageable. And in doing so, I had revealed the core of the monster, a being not of gluttony, but of pure, unfiltered rage. "I'm angry now," it said, its voice no longer oily and deliberate, but sharp and staccato. I'd forgotten my hunger. Before it could completely finish its transformation, I used Observe on the now evolved creature. GHOM, the enraged, devouring titan. Level, condition. The rage is older than the name. It remembers all wrath from all adversaries, especially ones that got away. Threat level, S. Warning, extremely powerful. Avoid confrontation at all costs. Descriptive insight, no longer. Before I could even process the entire system display, Gom vanished, not flash-stepped, simply disappeared from my field of vision. No blur of movement, no displacement of air. One moment there, the next. Directly in front of me, its transformed fist connecting with my already wounded shoulder. The impact was catastrophic. I felt bones shatter, ligaments tear, and my entire body launched backward with such force that I crashed through the chamber wall itself. Stone and corrupted flesh gave way like tissue paper, and suddenly I was airborne, flying through the open night air of Kuo Forest. My back slammed into a tree with enough force to splinter the trunk. Wood cracked and gave way, and I continued through, my momentum barely slowed. I hit the ground shoulder first. I bounced, tumbled down a moss-covered incline, and finally came to rest in a broken heap against a rock. I glanced at my HUD. Health, 24 out of 100. That's not good. Good thing my physique is A+, or I'd be long dead by now. In the distance, nearby, where I was launched from my herd, its new, terrifying voice. Crush, 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 crush. Ha-ha. Strip the flesh. Salt the wound. Toshio perspective. I forced myself up from the forest floor, my body a catalog of broken parts and tearing pain. Blood filled my mouth, warm and metallic, and I spat a glob onto the dirt beside me. My HUD flickered with system notifications. Skill. Pain resistance has increased to rank 5. How thoughtful of it to tell me I was getting better at hurting. The health bar in my vision burned a critical red. Health, 15 out of 100. 15%. 15 out of 100. Math had never felt so personal. Every breath felt like swallowing glass. My ribs shifted in ways ribs shouldn't, grating against each other with wet, crunching sounds that made me dizzy. My left arm hung at my side, a useless weight of meat and shattered bone. My knee, the right one, ground like a pepper mill full of rusty bolts whenever I tried to put weight on it. My thigh on the same leg, bleeding from the gouge that acid beam had carved. Every inch of my skin that had endured those caustic fumes. My broken face. I couldn't remember the last time I'd hurt this badly. Not in this life. Not in my previous one. And I even had a skill to reduce it. I couldn't imagine what it would be like without it. Small gamer graces. The forest spun around me, moonlight fracturing through the canopy like broken glass. Behind me, somewhere in the darkness, I heard it. The wet, clicking sound of Gom's transformed body moving through the underbrush, accompanied by that high, manic laughter. Getting closer. Flesh cracks better when it's running scared. You're carving ravines. No time for a proper assessment. No time for anything but movement. I reached deep into my core, where my Ryoryoka still pulsed, however weakly. The pain didn't matter. The damage didn't matter. I forced energy into my legs, my working arm, anywhere I could still feel. Then I launched into a flash step. The world blurred. Trees melted into streaks of shadow and moonlight. The ground beneath my feet barely registered. One moment solid, the next gone, replaced by air and momentum. My mind emptied of everything but the next footfall, the next breath, the next split-second calculation of trajectory. Pain became abstract, a distant weather pattern, violent but viewed from above. Each shuimpa brought agony like lightning strikes down my spine, but I let it wash over me without attaching meaning to it. I couldn't afford emotions now. I was midway through my second flash step when the air in front of me parted like a curtain, and Gom was just there, not running, not jumping, just there, as if he'd always been waiting in that exact spot for me to arrive. His transformed body was a nightmare of efficiency, all bulky, vascular muscle wrapped in scarred flesh and protruding bone. In the moonlight, his eyes burned red, tracking my movement with predatory focus. His arm, now longer and impossibly fast, shot out like a piston. Fingers clamped around my throat before I could change direction. The grip was like industrial machinery, crushing my windpipe with clinical precision. Gom's transformed face, no longer bloated but lean and terrible, split into a grin that contained too many teeth arranged in no pattern evolution would recognize. And oh, brains, just bones, just bones, just bones, he chanted, the words vibrating through my skull like a fever. I was falling, Gom's arms smashing me down like a rag doll. My back hit the ground with force enough to crater the earth beneath me. The impact drove whatever oxygen remained in my lungs out in a wet gasp. A brief flicker of a memory thought of a charger. Was I Ellis right now? My HUD flickered, data momentarily scrambled by the trauma. Health, 12 out of 100. 3 points gone in a single slam. At this rate, I had maybe 4 more impacts before system shutdown. Before death, Gom's foot rose above me, a meteor poised to annihilate whatever was left of my chest cavity. I watched it with a strange detachment, time seeming to slow as adrenaline flooded my system one final time. No, not like this. I rolled, not gracefully, more a desperate spasm than a tactical movement, but enough to clear the impact zone. Gom's foot crashed down where my sternum had been a heartbeat earlier, the force sending tremors through the ground that I felt in my teeth. You think it's a fight? I'm a festival. I'm the whole carnage season. Gom shrieked, voice oscillating between registers, as if multiple creatures were using the same throat. I didn't wait for his next move. I pushed off with my good arm and launched into another flash step, then another, and another, stringing them together in a desperate chain of movement. My technique was sloppy, my accuracy compromised by injury and fatigue, but it was enough to put distance between us. The forest became a blur of dark greens and browns, punctuated by the silver-white slash of moonlight through breaks in the canopy. I had no destination, no plan beyond not being where Gom could reach me. Just movement, just survival. But behind me, always behind me, came the sound of pursuit, branches snapping, earth churning, and that terrible, gleeful laughter that seemed to exist inside my head as much as in the air around me. You can't outrun hunger. The voice was closer than it should have been. Too close. Hunger remembers the shape of you. I needed to think, needed a plan beyond blind flight. My injuries were too severe for a direct confrontation, and my energy reserves were fading fast. Each flash step drew from a well that was rapidly running dry. I extended my spiritual senses outward, a radar pulse of awareness that swept through the surrounding forest. Most of the wildlife had fled, sensing the unnatural predator in their midst. But there, about 50 yards to my left, a flicker of corrupt energy, a stray devil, likely drawn by the commotion or the smell of blood. Not much of one, from the energy signature. C rank at best, but it was something, maybe enough. I veered toward it, adjusting my trajectory mid-flash step with a precision that sent fresh pain lancing up my damaged leg. 3 more bounds, and I broke through a dense patch of undergrowth into a small clearing. The stray was there, a misshapen thing with too many limbs and a face that looked like it had been assembled by Halloween committee. It turned toward me, confusion evident even on its malformed features. Before it could react, I was on it, my good hand closing around what passed for its throat. "Catch," I said, voice flat and cold, as I pivoted and hurled the creature behind me with all my remaining strength. It shrieked, a high, piercing sound that cut through the night air like a bandsaw. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I was already moving, flash-stepping in a new direction, changing my pattern, desperately trying to shake the monster on my trail. Behind me, the stray's scream cut off abruptly, replaced by wet, tearing sounds and Gom's delighted cackle. I hoped the distraction would buy me seconds, maybe even a full minute. It would have to be enough. I hoped it was enough. A full minute of silence stretched behind me. No crashing footsteps, no manic laughter, no taunts slicing through the night air. I allowed myself to slow, just slightly, taking stock of my surroundings through vision that refused to stop doubling. The forest had thinned somewhat, moonlight spilling through the gaps in greater abundance. I might have even been close to the edge of the woods, though it was hard to tell through the haze of pain and the persistent taste of blood coating my tongue. For one foolish moment, I let myself believe I'd made it. Then the world split open, something solid as a steel beam and twice as unforgiving slammed into my face right in front of me. A clothesline executed with car crash force. I didn't even see Gom, just felt the impact as my feet left the ground and my torso pivoted violently around the fulcrum of his arm. Physics became a play. A body in motion remains in motion. My body, specifically, rotating through the air at speed, my vision filling with spinning trees and fractured moonlight before the ground rushed up to meet my back. The impact drove what little air remained for my lungs. My spine arched reflexively, then collapsed. Something in my chest gave way with a wet pop that I felt more than heard. My HUD flashed urgent warnings as numbers tumbled downward. Health, 9 out of 100. 9. Single digits. Logic dictated that I was already dead. I couldn't move. My left arm was completely unresponsive. My right barely twitched when I commanded it to lift. My legs might as well have belonged to someone else. The only part of me that seemed to work properly was my mind, cataloging damage with clinical detachment even as my vision tunneled and darkened at the edges. Internal bleeding, probable. Spinal damage, likely. Chance of survival, minimal. Shouldn't have run, sweet meat. Gom's voice drifted down from somewhere above me, now back to that oily, deliberate cadence rather than the frenzied shrieks of before. Makes the chase interesting, but now look at you. Broken before the real fun even starts. I couldn't turn my head, but I felt Gom's approach through vibrations in the ground beneath me. Each step a small earthquake, sending fresh ripples of agony through my shattered frame. He loomed into view, his transformed body silhouetted against the night sky. The firelight from the distant, burning chamber painted his edges in hellish orange. He appeared on a tree rock above. He swung to generate force. Then both his feet were positioned to strike directly above my midsection. A spear kick poised to drive through whatever organs remained intact inside me. Bleed for me, it demanded, voice thick with anticipation. Not quickly, not clean. I want to feel you pop like a grape. Time stretched. My brain, flooded with endorphins and adrenaline, created a bubble of hyper-awareness in which each second expanded to contain multitudes. And in that dilation, memories cascaded through me like falling stars. Rias, her crimson hair catching the afternoon light as she laughed at something I'd said. Not her practiced, regal laugh, but something genuine and unguarded that made her eyes crinkle at the corners. The warmth of her arms around me during that hug in the clubroom, the way she'd held on just a fraction longer than necessary. The subtle catch in her voice when she'd asked me to keep her in mind if I ever decided to become a devil. Aquino, with her teasing smiles and lingering touches that always seemed calculated to provoke a reaction. But behind the flirtation, those moments when her mask slipped, a flash of something vulnerable in her eyes, quickly hidden behind another playful comment. The genuine concern in her voice when she'd asked about my training masked as casual interest. The way she'd pressed against me during that last hug, as if trying to imprint herself onto my memory. Kate's bright laughter during kendo practice when I'd made one of my rare, dry jokes. Murayama's frustrated glares that softened into grudging respect after I helped her improve her form. The way the whole kendo club had gradually shifted from viewing me as an outsider to something approaching a friend, maybe even someone they admired. Even Kiba and Kaneko, the former with his easy camaraderie during our spars, the latter with her silent companionship and wordless offers of sweets. People who had, somehow, without my noticing or planning for it, started to matter to me. And what had I given them in return? Distance. Calculation. A carefully maintained perimeter that kept everyone just far enough away that they couldn't reach the core of me. I'd watched them all through a lens of analytical detachment, noting their behaviors and reactions like specimens in a lab rather than people who might care about me. Who I might care about. What a waste. What a stupid, pointless waste of this second chance at life. If I survive this, and the rational part of my brain assigned that a probability so low it was barely worth considering, I would change everything. I would ask Rias for her first kiss. I would laugh openly with Aquino instead of just appreciating her humor from behind my mask of neutrality. I would stop being the human equivalent of a one-way mirror, allowing myself to be seen, but never truly showing what lay beneath. The bitter irony wasn't lost on me. It had taken the prospect of imminent death to make me realize I'd barely been living at all. Gom's foot began its descent, a meteor aimed at the fragile planet of my existence. I tried to move, to roll, to do anything but lie there waiting for the end. Nothing responded. My body had finally betrayed me as completely as I had betrayed the connections offered to me. Bye-bye, Bones, Gom sang, his voice a lullaby of violence. The foot accelerated downward, and I found myself fixating on the bone spikes protruding from his ankle like spurs, wondering which one would pierce my heart first. My vision narrowed to a pinpoint of awful clarity, then expanded into darkness as absolute as the space between stars. The world, such as it was, went black. XXX. I floated in the void again. That liminal space between death and the possibility of continuing existence. This place was becoming familiar, a cosmic waiting room I'd visited too many times already. No pain here, no broken bones or ragged breath or blood filling my lungs. Just the weightless suspension of being and not being simultaneously. I didn't know if this was the system's construct or something deeper, something tied to whatever metaphysical mechanics govern souls and their transitions. All I knew was that I wasn't dead. Not completely. Not yet. The world suddenly shifted, and I was in physical form again, standing in ankle-deep water, yet still surrounded by darkness. I turned around, and she appeared before me without sound or ceremony, materializing from the darkness like a photograph developing in reverse. My Zanpakuto spirit stood with perfect stillness, her white kimono untouched by gravity or wind. The bone-white mask that obscured her face was still there, but now I could see more cracks than before. Thin, lightning bolt fractures spreading across its surface like a road map to something hidden. Behind her, the space changed. The emptiness gave way to structure, the flooded temple of my inner world, more visible than I'd ever seen it before. Massive stone pillars rose from still water that reflected firelight from sources I couldn't see. The pillars were cracked, ancient, bearing the scars of some forgotten cataclysm. The water itself was clear but dark, reaching mid-shin height, perfectly still except where my presence disturbed it. Red blossoms, cherry or perhaps plum, drifted across the shallows, carried by currents too subtle for the eye to track. We got to stop meeting like this, I said, aiming for lightness and missing by miles. My voice echoed strangely in this half-formed space, each word returning with a hollow, metallic quality. People will talk. The spirit didn't laugh, didn't move, didn't speak, but her stance, the slight backward tilt of her head, the tension in her shoulders, radiated profound anger. Not irritation or disappointment, but the kind of deep, burning rage that reshapes mountains and carves valleys over geological time. I opened my mouth to say something else, some other deflection, but the words died on my tongue as emotion crashed through me like a tsunami. All at once, I was reliving every feeling I'd experienced in those moments before darkness claimed me. The bitter regret, the sharp-edged sorrow, the desperate wish for more time to become something better than what I was. The emotional impact was so sudden and complete that it drove me to my knees in the shallow water. "Help me!" I gasped, the words torn from me without conscious thought. Water soaked through my shahakusho, cool against my skin. I know I've failed you. Failed everyone. The spirit remained motionless, watching me through the slit-eye holes of her cracked mask. Firelight from her burning hair reflected off the water surface, casting rippling patterns across her still form. Something broke inside me then, some final dam that had been holding back the tide of feeling I'd spent 2 lifetimes avoiding. Tears spilled down my face, dropping into the water and creating perfect circular ripples that expanded outward. My shoulders shook with sobs that felt like they were being wrenched from the very core of my being. "Please," I begged, hands pressed into the water as if in supplication. "Please save me. Give me power. I want to live." The words came out raw and unfiltered, honest in a way I'd never allowed myself to be. My fists slammed into the water. I don't want to die without changing, without showing you that I can be more than this. My hand reached out, fingertips grazing the edge of her kimono. The fabric felt impossibly real against my skin. Silk and something else, something with texture like the boundary between one world and another. At my touch, another crack split across her mask, this one deeper and wider than the others. Through the fracture, I caught a glimpse of something like nebula-colored light. Not a face, but pure energy swirling with stars and cosmic dust. Her eyes, I realized. "I know, I don't deserve it," I continued, voice breaking. "I know I've been absent, distant, even from you, especially from you, my own soul, but I'm asking anyway." I looked up at her, no longer caring about dignity or control or any of the walls I'd built to keep myself safe. "Help me, please." The spirit stood over me, silent and unmoving. Then, with a grace that made my heart ache, she reached down. I hoped she would touch my face, offer some gesture of connection or forgiveness. Instead, her form began to dissolve, breaking apart like smoke caught in a gentle breeze. The mask was the last to go, those cracks still glowing with that strange starlight radiance. And then she was gone. Only the drifting petals remained, spinning lazily in the water where she had stood. "No!" The scream tore from my throat with such force it felt like it might shred my vocal cords. I slammed my fists into the water, sending up sprays that caught the firelight like liquid gems before falling back. "What do I have to do?" I shouted, my voice echoing back from the temple walls. "What more do you want from me?" Only silence answered. Tears streamed down my face, dropping into the water with tiny, percussive sounds. In my chest, the grief and frustration twisted like a knife. I didn't notice it at first, too lost in my own emotional storm. But gradually, I became aware of a change. The water level was rising ever so slightly. It lapped against the lowest temple step now, advancing and retreating with a rhythm that reminded me of a heartbeat. Steady, alive. I stared at it, uncomprehending. Was this an answer? A sign? Or just another feature of this strange internal landscape? Before I could make sense of it, exhaustion swept over me like a tide, bone deep and irresistible. My body, or whatever passed for a body in this place, felt impossibly heavy. I slumped forward, hands still in the water, as darkness claimed me once more. This time, it felt different, like falling asleep rather than fading away. XXX. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves and the rhythmic buzz of insects. Not the noises I expected in the afterlife. Light, pale, and thin, filtered through the forest canopy above me, painting dappled patterns on my outstretched hand. My hand, which was somehow wrapped around the hilt of my Zanpakuto. I blinked, trying to process this information through a mind still fuzzy with pain and confusion. I had dropped my sword. I remembered that clearly. It had slipped from my grasp when Gom clotheslined me, sent spinning away into the underbrush as my body went airborne. Yet here it was, solid and real beneath my fingers, its weight an impossible comfort. How? I tightened my grip, feeling the wrapped cord of the hilt press against my palm. The familiarity of it anchored me to reality, even as that reality refused to make sense. I was alive. Somehow. And I wasn't where I had fallen. Instead of the dense forest where Gom had been preparing to crush me like an insect, I found myself at what appeared to be the edge of Kuoa's outer woods. The trees were thinning ahead, giving way to the first scattered streetlights of the suburban fringe. I could even make out the silhouette of buildings in the far distance, blocky shadows against the pre-dawn sky. I tried to sit up and was rewarded with pain, so intense it knocked the breath from my lungs. Every nerve ending screamed in unified protest. Spots danced across my vision, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out again. I forced myself to breathe through it, shallow and careful, waiting for the worst to subside. My head whipped around, too fast, sending fresh waves of agony down my spine, scanning the surrounding forest with desperate intensity. Where was Gom? Had he left me for dead? Was this some kind of sick game, giving me hope before crushing it again? I extended my energy sense as far as it would reach, searching for that distinct signature of wrongness that had marked Gom's presence. Nothing. Just the ambient energy of the forest, the faint traces of smaller supernatural entities keeping their distance, and the distant hum of the town's collective life force. A system window appeared in my vision. Status ailment. Bleeding due to prolonged, untreated wounds. -1 HP/minute. The health bar in the corner of my HUD showed health 15 out of 100. 15. Up from 9. That made no sense. I hadn't healed. Every fiber of my being testified loudly to that fact. If anything, I felt worse than before, the full catalog of injuries now making themselves known without the merciful buffer of adrenaline. I looked down at my body, trying to take inventory. My Shahakusho was shredded, soaked through with blood and that viscous green fluid from Gom's lair. My left arm hung at a sickening angle, the bone visibly displaced beneath the skin. More than one compound fracture. My right thigh bore a gaping wound where the acid stream had carved through muscle. My chest felt like a bag of broken glass with each breath, and something was definitely wrong with my neck, a grinding sensation whenever I turned my head that sent nausea washing through me in waves. I didn't even want to think about what my face looked like. In short, I was a mess. A walking medical case study in how many ways a human body could be damaged without immediately expiring. But I was alive, and I was closer to safety than I had any right to be. I pushed the questions aside, the how and why of my current location, the mysterious return of my Zanpakuto, the inexplicable increase in health points. Those were puzzles for later, assuming there was a later. Right now, I needed to move. I planted the tip of my sword in the soft earth and leaned on it like a crutch, preparing to haul myself upright. The first attempt ended with me collapsing back to the ground, a hoarse cry of pain escaping through clenched teeth. The second attempt wasn't much better. On the third, I managed to get one knee under me, using the Zanpakuto as a pivot point. Standing was an exercise in agony management. Each slight shift in weight sent fresh pulses of white-hot pain radiating outward from various epicenters of damage. My vision kept threatening to tunnel into darkness, and my ears rang with a high, persistent whine that might have been inside my head or might have been the sound of my own suppressed screams. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably less than a minute, I was upright. Sort of, hunched over my sword, most of my weight supported by my one semi-functional arm, body trembling with the effort of not immediately collapsing again. But standing. I tried to calculate the distance to the nearest building. Maybe half a mile? In my current state, it might as well have been 100. It was really only thanks to Riryoka body enhancement that I could move at all. My reserves were full, so I didn't have to worry about running out. Condensing my spirit energy around me, it's likely what was keeping my broken body together as I moved. I took the first one, right foot forward, dragging slightly against the ground, sword tip pulled from the earth and replanted a few inches ahead. Left foot following, barely lifting at all, more of a controlled fall forward than an actual step. I nearly blacked out from that single movement, but I was still standing, still moving. The second step was marginally easier, if only because I knew what to expect. The third was pure determination over physical reality. By the fifth, I had established a rhythm of sorts: plant sword, drag body forward, pause for breath, repeat. Every motion sent fresh rivulets of blood trickling down my side, leaving a macabre trail behind me. In the distance, the edge of town shimmered like a mirage, streetlights blurring together in my unfocused vision. So far away, but possible. Just one more step, and then another. Present time, from the end of Chapter 14. Ria's perspective. I emerged from the teleportation circle at the forest's edge, near some buildings and the old forest bridge, where the contract flyer had led me. The night air carried a metallic tang that set my nerves on edge, blood, and lots of it. My senses, sharper than any human's, picked up a faint magical residue that didn't belong in these woods, something ancient and wrong that made my skin crawl. But all of that faded to background noise when I saw him, sitting there on the grass, up against a tree, barely 5 feet away. I didn't recognize him at first, his body so broken and bloody that I figured it was just a desperate kid trying to summon help. But then I started to recognize the features. That black shahakusho, ruined as it was. Toshio, ghost pale and still, a dark pool spreading beneath his broken form. My heart stopped, then lurched into a frantic rhythm. Toshio. His name tore from my throat, raw and desperate. Using my devil-enhanced speed, I was next to him in an instant. My knees hit the sidewalk near him, causing cracks to form, my hands hovering over his body, afraid to touch him for fear of causing more damage. He looked destroyed. There was no gentler word for it. His left arm bent at angles that human limbs should never form, bone visible through shredded flesh. The fabric of his black uniform, what remained of it, was soaked through with blood and something else, something greenish and foul that made my nose wrinkle. His right thigh bore a wound so deep I could see muscle tissue exposed to the night air. But worst was his face, lacerated, bruised beyond recognition, one eye swollen shut, lips split and caked with dried and fresh blood. Yet somehow, impossibly, he was still breathing. Each inhale shallow and labored, each exhale a soft wheeze that carried the copper scent of internal bleeding. I lowered his form off the tree into my arms. I cradled his head gently, lifting it onto my lap, careful not to jostle his injuries. My fingers trembled as they brushed matted hair from his forehead. This close, I could see dozens of smaller wounds I'd missed at first glance. Acid burns across his chest and neck, deep puncture wounds in his shoulder, fingers bent backward and broken. Toshio, what happened? I whispered, my voice catching. Who did this to you? His good eye flickered open, focusing on my face with effort. His lips moved, forming a single word that emerged as a ragged whisper. Stray. I nearly laughed from the sheer absurdity of it. No stray devil I'd ever encountered could do this kind of damage, not to someone of Toshio's apparent skill and power. But this wasn't the time for questions or disbelief. I could feel his life force ebbing with each shallow breath, the barely there flutter of his pulse beneath my fingertips. I reached into the pocket dimension where I kept my evil pieces, drawing out a crimson bishop that pulsed with soft, ruby light. The weight of it in my palm was both familiar and significant, a contract, a promise, a rebirth. I can save you, I said, voice steadier now that I had a plan. Let me make you one of my own. A devil. You'll heal. You'll live. You'll be stronger. His hand, the right one, the less damaged one, moved with surprising speed, catching my wrist before I could press the piece to his chest. His grip was weak, but the intent behind it unmistakable. No, he rasped, each syllable clearly costing him. Not yet. I stared at him, confusion momentarily overriding my panic. Toshio, you're dying. This isn't the time for fire, he interrupted, his gaze holding mine with unexpected clarity. You know, fire magic? I nodded slowly, still not understanding. Cauterize, he managed. Please. The request hit me like a physical blow. Cauterization was medieval, brutal, effective, yes, but agonizing beyond measure, and wholly unnecessary when I could offer him a clean, painless alternative. Why? I demanded, hearing the edge of frustration in my own voice. Why suffer when I can? My choice, he whispered, his fingers tightening fractionally on my wrist. Trust me. Those two words dissolved my resistance like sugar in hot tea. Trust me. From Toshio, who parceled out trust in microscopic increments, who kept himself so carefully contained, it was both request and gift. I nodded, returning the bishop to its dimensional pocket. All right, but this will hurt. More than you can imagine. A ghost of a smile touched his bloodied lips. I know. I summoned my demonic magic, feeling it respond to my call with practiced ease. Crimson flames danced between my fingertips, carefully controlled, and then compressed into a flat branding iron the size of my hand. Hot enough to sear flesh and seal vessels, but not so intense as to cause further damage. The fire cast eerie shadows across Toshio's face, turning his already nightmarish injuries into something from a horror painting. Ready? I asked, bringing my hand toward the gaping wound on his thigh. He gave the slightest nod. I pressed the flame to torn flesh. The sizzle and hiss of cooking meat filled the air, along with the acrid stench of burning blood. Toshio's entire body went rigid, a strangled grunt escaping through clenched teeth, but he didn't scream. He didn't even try to pull away. I remained open, fixed on my face as if drawing strength from the connection. When I lifted my hand, the wound was sealed, ugly and red with third-degree burns, but no longer bleeding. I moved to his torso, finding the places where shattered ribs had punctured skin, and repeated the process. Each time, Toshio's body tensed, the cords in his neck standing out like steel cables, but he made almost no sound. His arm was worse. Compound fractures that needed to be set before I could seal the tears in his skin. I steeled myself and pushed the bones back into rough alignment, feeling the grinding resistance through my fingertips. A single, harsh exhalation was Toshio's only acknowledgement of pain that would have most people screaming for unconsciousness. There, I think that's all of them. I hoped anyway. Causing him this amount of pain was probably the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. Yet it seemed it wasn't over. No, my face too, he struggled out. My eyes widened. He was asking me to disfigure his face, brand the small wounds still bleeding shut. I resolved myself. I moved to his face, hovering over the deep lacerations that curved from temple to jaw. This one will scar, I softly warned him. Maybe, he managed, the word barely audible. I pressed flame-wreathed fingers to his cheek, watching as the fire knit ragged edges of skin together, leaving angry red welts behind. Through it all, Toshio's gaze from his good, I never left mine, steady, determined, almost trusting. When I finished, he looked like he'd been through a war. The wounds were closed but angry, his body a roadmap of fresh scars, third-degree burns, and half-healed trauma. But he was no longer bleeding out onto the forest floor. All right, I'm taking you to a hospital. There's one here in Kuo that the Citri clan manages. There's even a place I can telep. He started slowly waving his hand, interrupting me. No, please just take me home. I'll be okay. Out of the question, you probably have internal bleeding. You're still in danger. He stared into my desperate eyes. Please trust. He managed to reach up to place his hand on my chest, where my heart would be. Tears welled in my eyes again. Okay, we'll do it your way. He attempted to sigh in relief, but it didn't quite come out that way for obvious reasons. I'm assuming you have some kind of power to keep yourself alive? He barely nodded his head. Now I sighed, this time in resignation. I'll trust you. I'll take you home. My voice came out barely above a whisper. Thank you, he muttered, and then as I fluttered closed, his body going slack as consciousness finally released its hold. I gathered him into my arms, cradling his broken form against my chest. The relief that flooded through me was so intense it brought tears to my eyes. Not because he was healed, far from it, but because he was still alive, still breathing, still Toshio. I held him there for several minutes, feeling the weak but steady rhythm of his heart against mine, before carefully arranging my teleportation circle beneath us. Light surrounded our entwined forms, and the forest edge dissolved into the familiar contours of Toshio's modest house. Triple X. The moment we materialized in Toshio's bedroom, the stench hit me, a miasma of decay and rot that clung to him like a second skin. It was worse than blood or burned flesh. This was something fundamentally wrong, as if corruption itself had taken physical form and tried to claim him. I fought the urge to gag, focusing instead on the immediate needs at hand. He was unconscious but breathing, his cauterized wounds holding for now, but he was far from stable. The filth coating him wasn't just disgusting. It was dangerous, potentially toxic. He needed to be cleaned thoroughly before infection set in. I gathered him closer to my chest, one arm supporting his shoulders, the other beneath his knees. His weight should have been difficult for someone of my frame to manage, but devil strength made it effortless. What wasn't effortless was seeing him like this, broken, vulnerable, reduced to something so fragile when I had grown accustomed to his quiet strength. His bedroom was sparse, but meticulously organized, exactly what I would have expected from Toshio. I navigated to the adjoining bathroom, nudging the door open with my foot. The space was small but functional, with a combination shower and bath against the far wall. I lowered him carefully onto the bathroom mat, positioning his head gently against the side of the tub. Under the harsh fluorescent light, the extent of his injuries became even more apparent. The greenish substance I'd noticed earlier clung to his skin in viscous patches, eating away at the fabric of his uniform and leaving angry welts wherever it touched bare flesh. There were markings I hadn't seen in the darkness, strange, circular bruises around his throat in the shape of massive fingers, and a puncture wound through his shoulder that looked like it had been made by a hook or barb of some kind. "What did you face out there?" I murmured, though I knew he couldn't answer. I found a pair of scissors in the medicine cabinet and began cutting away what remained of his shahakasho. The fabric fell away in sodden strips, revealing more injuries with each piece removed, a tapestry of violence written across his skin. Some of the wounds I'd cauterized, but others were older, already beginning to close on their own. The contrast was jarring, fresh, angry burns alongside half-healed gashes, as if his body couldn't decide which trauma to process first. When he was fully undressed, I hesitated for just a moment. Not from any sense of impropriety. Devil Society had a much more practical view of nudity than humans seemed to, but from a strange reluctance to intrude on his privacy. Toshio guarded himself so carefully, kept such rigid boundaries between himself and the world. Even unconscious, there was something almost sacred about those boundaries. But necessity outweighed consideration. I couldn't clean him properly any other way. I quickly shed my own clothing, folding each piece neatly and setting them aside. The intimacy of the moment wasn't lost on me, but this wasn't about desire or seduction. This was about care, about preservation, about keeping someone precious alive through the night. I would have likely admired his muscular form, if not for the injuries littering his body. I turned on the shower, adjusting the temperature until it was comfortably warm but not hot enough to irritate his burns. Then I lifted him again, stepping carefully into the tub and sitting with my back against the cool porcelain, Toshio's back pressed to my chest, his head resting on my shoulder. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps, but at least he was breathing. The water cascaded over us both, turning pink, then green, then black as it sluiced away layers of blood and that strange, toxic residue. I reached for his soap, unscented, practical, and began to wash him with methodical gentleness. My hands moved with careful precision, cleaning each wound, each abrasion, each patch of undamaged skin between the carnage. His hair, matted with blood and forest debris, gradually returned to its natural color under my ministrations. Somewhere in the middle of this intimate ritual, I realized I was crying. Silent tears that mingled with the shower spray, falling unnoticed onto his shoulder. I wasn't even sure why. Relief that he was alive? Horror at what he had endured? Frustration that he had refused the simplest solution to his suffering? Perhaps all of these tangled together into an emotion I couldn't quite name. "You're going to be okay," I whispered against his temple, the words as much for myself as for him. "Do you hear me, Toshio? You're going to be okay." He didn't respond, of course. but I could have sworn his breathing steadied, just slightly at the sound of my voice. I continued working, scrubbing away the last traces of whatever nightmarish encounter had nearly claimed him. The water finally ran clear, and I shut off the shower, keeping him cradled against me for a moment longer than strictly necessary. His skin was warm against mine, too warm, suggesting fever, but at least not the deathly chill I had felt when I first found him. I channeled a minor spell, one of the first young devils learn, a simple cantrip to dry objects. The water evaporated from our skin and hair in gentle wisps of steam, leaving us both dry without the abrasion of towels against his raw wounds. With the filth gone, he looked better, still gravely injured, still unconscious, but human again, recognizable. I carried him back to the bedroom, laying him gently on the bed before retrieving a clean sheet to cover his lower half. The temptation to dress him properly was strong, but I resisted. His wounds needed air, and any fabric would only irritate the burns and abrasions further. For a moment, I stood beside the bed, uncertain. The proper thing would be to take a chair, to maintain a respectful distance while watching over him. But the thought of that distance, even a few feet, felt unbearable. Not after seeing how close I had come to losing him. Decision made, I slipped under the sheet beside him, careful not to jostle his broken arm or the worst of his injuries. I curled my body protectively around his, one arm draped lightly across his chest, fingers resting over his heart to monitor its steady, if weak, rhythm. My other hand found his hair, stroking gently through the still damp strands. "What happened, Toshio?" I whispered, studying his profile in the dim light filtering through the curtains. The new scar on his cheek would be prominent when it healed, a jagged line from temple to jaw that would forever mark this night's events on his face. "What kind of stray could do this to you?" He didn't answer, of course. His breathing remained even, his expression peaceful in unconsciousness in a way it rarely was while awake. I continued my gentle stroking, watching the subtle rise and fall of his chest, counting each breath like precious stones. I stayed awake long after exhaustion should have claimed me, listening to the quiet sounds of the night and whispering his name occasionally, as if to remind both of us that he was still here, still Toshio, still alive. My fingers traced patterns on his skin, careful to avoid his injuries, finding the places where he was still whole. He wasn't mine, not yet. Maybe not ever, if that was his choice. But tonight, I could protect him. I could stay until he was ready to wake up, until he was ready to tell me what happened, until he was ready to let me in, if he ever was. I woke to warmth and softness pressed against my right side, a stark contrast to the cold forest floor where I'd expected to die. The ceiling above was familiar, my bedroom, not the hunting grounds where Gom had nearly ended me. My body felt whole, unbroken, the symphony of pain replaced by a strange, pleasant weightlessness that had me wondering if I'd actually died after all. Then I felt her breathing against me, crimson hair spilling across my chest like liquid fire, and realized I was very much alive, with a very naked Rias Gremory curled against me, skin against skin. For several moments, I simply lay there, cataloging sensations. The weight of her head on my shoulder, the softness of her breast pressed against my ribs. The gentle rhythm of her breath warmed my skin. The subtle strawberries and cinnamon scent that clung to her hair. My analytical mind documented everything with its usual precision, but something else was happening too. I wasn't just observing these details. I was experiencing them. Wow, I thought, heart thudding quietly. This is really nice. My left arm was trapped beneath her body, pins and needles setting in from restricted circulation. I shifted slightly, preparing to extract it. My usual move would be to slip free, create distance, maintain boundaries. But halfway through the motion, I stopped and made a different choice. Instead of pulling away, I deliberately wrapped my arm around her waist, my hand settling at the curve of her hip. Toshio, she mumbled, still half asleep, nuzzling closer into my neck. Then, like a switch had been flipped, she froze. Her breathing stopped. Her entire body went rigid against mine. A heartbeat later, she jerked upright, the sheet falling away from her chest as she stared down at me with wide, disbelieving eyes. From my vantage point, the sudden movement gave me a front-row view of, well, let's just say gravity was doing its thing, and her breasts were now in motion with enough bounce to defy several laws of physics. I stared for half a second too long. Rias, you're awake. Her voice was a mixture of relief and shock. But your injuries. She broke off, her gaze darting over my body with frantic intensity. Where lacerated flesh and compound fractures had been, there was only smooth, unblemished skin. No scars, no burns from her cauterization, not even a lingering bruise. Just me, whole and intact, as if the previous night had never happened. Her hands followed her eyes, skimming over my chest, my arms, my face, checking, confirming, marveling. I let her, watching the play of emotions across her features, confusion, relief, and something deeper that made my chest tighten in an unfamiliar way. How is this possible? How are you this healed? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I've never seen anyone hurt so badly who wasn't already dead. Those were some of the worst I've ever seen. Some of those wounds should have taken weeks or months to heal, if they healed at all. Even my demonic power wouldn't heal my peerage members that fast. The morning light filtering through my curtains caught in her hair, turning the crimson to burnished copper. It also highlighted every curve and contour of her exposed upper body. I forced my gaze to stay on her face, mostly. I gave her a warm smile, eyes still a little hazy from the sudden shift in tone. I told you to trust me. She let out a shaky laugh, the sound catching on the edge of sob. Her eyes welled with tears, and then she collapsed forward, pressing her face to my chest. I caught her gently, arms wrapping around her once more. Her tears were warm against my skin, but her breathing slowly evened out. I'm okay, Rias, I said softly, pressing my hand to her back in soothing strokes. Thanks to you. We lay like that for a minute, maybe more. Her body fit against mine in a way that felt right, like puzzle pieces finally slotting into place. Rias seemed to suddenly remember our state of undress. She rose off my chest again, looking around, maybe for clothes. One of her arms crossed her chest, covering one nipple, doing interesting things to the rest of her breast. I thought nudity didn't bother her. We should probably get dressed. Last night you were so badly hurt, and your clothes were destroyed, and I needed to clean you, and I pulled her back down on my chest. She squawked in surprise, her blush intensifying, but she didn't try to escape. Nah, comfy, I interrupted, tightening my arm around her waist slightly. The words surprised me as much as they did her, judging by the way her eyes widened. I wasn't usually so direct. What? She blinked at me, her lips parting in surprise. Toshio, we're both completely naked. Yes, that seems to be the case. So, I'm comfy like this, I clarified, feeling a smile tug at the corner of my mouth. I tightened my hold just a little more, and I think I'm catching up on what I've been missing. Her cheeks flushed almost as red as her hair. And what exactly have you been missing? This, I said simply. Closeness. Not analyzing it or calculating optimal distance or maintaining appropriate boundaries. Just being here, with you. Something shifted in her expression, surprise melting into a softness I rarely saw there. She hesitated for a moment, then settled back down beside me, her head relaxing into its place on my shoulder. I adjusted my arm, drawing her closer, marveling at how right it felt. She chuckled softly, resting her head on my shoulder again. We stayed there like that, our bodies intertwined, my hand tracing slow circles on her bare back. Then she shifted slightly, her voice quieter this time. What happened last night? You said it was a stray, but what kind of stray could possibly do that much damage to someone like you? You're pretty strong for a human after all. I tensed slightly, the memory of Gom's laughter echoing in my mind. The iron mask, the hooks, the toxic miasma, all of it still felt too vivid, too present. Then that moment the world went black beneath its spear kick, then to the void where my spirit still wouldn't speak her name. Waking up with my sword in hand with pain in every inch of my body. How much should I tell her? The whole truth? Parts? something comforting, or something honest. Instead of answering, I looked down at her. What happened after I passed out? I remember you finding me, cauterizing my wounds. Then everything went dark. Her face grimaced at the mention of it, curling into my embrace just a little more. Her expression turned haunted. Rias shifted against me, her hand coming to rest on my chest, right over my heart. I teleported you here, she said softly. But you smelled horrible, worse than death. You were covered in something green and toxic that was still actively trying to eat through your skin. Your injuries were Satan, Toshio. You were covered in so much blood. I had to remind myself you were still alive. I took you to your shower and bathed with you to clean all of it off. So you decided the best approach was to join me in the shower? I teased, partly to lighten the mood, partly because I couldn't help myself. She pinched my side lightly. Don't be crude. I couldn't clean you properly otherwise. You were completely unconscious, barely breathing. She looked up at me. I didn't even bother putting clothes back on after the shower. I thought I might lose you, even after the cauterization. So I stayed, all night, just to make sure you were still breathing. I needed to feel your warmth to make sure you stayed with me. My hand stroked through her hair, letting the silence hold us a moment longer before she spoke up again. That, and I can't sleep with any clothes on. I got a snort of laughter out of me. I turned my head to look at her, really look at her. The playful facade had dropped, revealing a vulnerability I wasn't used to seeing from Rias Gremory. Her eyes, those impossibly blue pools, held genuine fear, not for herself, but for me. Something twisted in my chest, a feeling I couldn't immediately identify. Thank you, I said, the words feeling inadequate but necessary. For staying, for saving me, for everything. She nodded, her eyes holding mine. I would do it again, in a heartbeat. I believed her. That was the strange part. I actually believed someone cared that much. About me. Not about what I could do or provide, but simply about whether I continued to exist in the world. The realization was both novel and exhilarating. But how? Toshio, even my healing magic from my peerage couldn't do this. Not this fast. Not without leaving so much as a scar. How did you heal like this? I took a breath, feeling the comfort of her skin against mine, her voice so full of wonder and worry. My body's special, I said. If I can sleep for at least 8 hours, really sleep, no interruptions, I can heal from anything. As long as I'm still alive and not bleeding out when I start. Though I will say, it's never been tested quite this thoroughly before. You should have seen me after my first encounter with a stray, Yomi. That was the closest I've come to this level of damage, and even then, I trailed off, not wanting to relive the memory of either fight. This was much worse. She stared at me. That's insane. I've never heard of an ability like that. Not even in the underworld. I did say I was special. I teased gently. Her eyes dropped for a moment, and I noticed the way they paused, lower. Her gaze trailed down my chest, then further, catching sight of just how much of the blanket had slipped away during the night. Her cheeks turned scarlet. She looked back up quickly. I definitely agree that it's special, she muttered under her breath. I blinked, then smirked. Oh, shut up, she mumbled, hiding her face in my chest. I held her for another long moment, savoring the peace. Her weight on my chest, the warmth of her breath, the smell of her shampoo, mixed with lingering hints of clean soap and heat. My hand gently rubbed her back. Eventually, I sighed. As far as what happened, let's get up. I'll explain over breakfast. I'm starving. She laughed softly, the sound vibrating against my chest. I suppose that makes sense after everything you went through. We remained there. Toshio, that means you have to let go, Rias giggled. That's correct. But I don't want to. I retightened my embrace with her. She sighed in what I'm hoping was contentment. She smiled. I could feel it against my skin. You know, I'm starting to like this side of you, she said while tracing shapes on my chest. I smiled, closing my eyes. Noted. She snorted in amusement at that. We stayed there a few minutes longer, basking in shared warmth, until my stomach betrayed me with a loud, insistent growl. Rias burst out laughing. Okay, maybe we should get up now, I said. She giggled again. She sat up, my eyes following the movement without conscious thought. She was stunning. Curves that defied reason, skin like porcelain, muscles subtle beneath the softness. Perfection made flesh. She caught my gaze and raised an eyebrow. "What? You're so beautiful," I said honestly. Her expression faltered. She looked away, lips parting just slightly. "Thank you," she whispered. I know she probably heard that a lot, but I couldn't help but reiterate it. We both stood. Before clothes were found, I gently turned her toward me, her expression harboring a hint of confusion. "Rias." I slowly and gently pulled her into a hug. "Thank you so much for saving me, for taking care of me. It's been so long since so long." She quickly returned the hug, our naked bodies flush with one another. I could feel her smile. "You're welcome, Toshio." Her words died on her lips. She bit her lip. "I'll be there if you need me again. Just please, don't come back to me like that." I nodded. "I'll certainly try my best. Trust me, it was just as difficult for you to see as it was to experience. Not something I'd like to repeat." "Good." She playfully slapped my lower back. "However, if it allows me to wake up next to you like that again, I might not be so opposed." She pulled back from the hug and slapped my chest this time, giggling. My hands found her lower back, still holding her close. "That's not how that works," she said, still giggling in amusement. She looked down and blushed a little, likely feeling my lower member pressing against her. "You don't have to be injured for this to happen again, you know," she mumbled. That caused me to smile. "I'll take you up on that then." Without overthinking it, my right hand found the back of her head, and I pulled her in, me placing a gentle, chaste kiss on her forehead, her eyes fluttering closed at the contact. I felt her small intake of breath. "Come on, I'll make breakfast. I'm not too bad in the kitchen." I released her, her face very red as she stood there in stunned silence. I went toward my wardrobe. Not bothering to cover herself at this point, she asked, "Do you have something I could borrow? My uniform from yesterday is—" She trailed off, grimacing. Rias looked down at her school uniform, which was draped over a nearby chair. The bloodstains had dried into brown-red patches. There were a lot of them, probably beyond salvaging. I finished for her. "Check my closet. There should be a button-up shirt that'll work until we figure something else out. You can have a kino, or someone bring you a new outfit." She smirked, eyes glinting with mischief. "Oh, I'll enjoy seeing Akino's reaction when she hears I spent the night here." Another first claimed before her. That last part confused me little, but I didn't dwell on it. She walked over to my closet, her body doing very interesting things. I've decided. This world's jiggle physics are the best. I watched as she rummaged through my closet, eventually pulling out a simple white dress shirt. She glanced over her shoulder, catching me watching her. "You know," she said, a hint of her usual playful confidence returning, "most people would at least pretend not to stare." I shrugged, not bothering to hide my appreciation. I've decided to be more honest about what I want. Seems like the right time for it. Her smile in response was like sunrise breaking through clouds, warm and full of promise for what the day might bring. She slipped into my shirt, which barely reached mid-thigh on her. She didn't seem to mind, and I definitely didn't mind. I found myself genuinely looking forward to breakfast for the first time in longer than I could remember. XXX. I moved through my kitchen with the precision of a laboratory technician, measuring ingredients by eye and adjusting heat with practiced efficiency. The eggs needed exactly 7 minutes at a simmer to achieve the perfect consistency, soft whites with yolks that remained liquid gold at their centers. I whisked clarified butter with egg yolks and a splash of lemon juice until the hollandaise reached a silky consistency, then folded in a few drops of black truffle oil, an indulgence I rarely bothered with when cooking just for myself. A series of system notifications hovered in my peripheral vision, but I dismissed them for later. Right now, breakfast with Rias took precedence over whatever the system wanted to tell me about last night's disaster. "I had no idea you could cook like this," Rias said from her perch at the kitchen bar, her legs crossed at the knee, one foot swinging idly. My dress shirt hung loosely on her frame, the top 3 buttons undone just enough to reveal the top of her cleavage and hint at what lay beneath. The hem barely reached mid-thigh, exposing long stretches of pale skin that I found myself glancing at more often than strictly necessary. "There's a lot you don't know about me," I replied, a smile tugging at my lips as I sprinkled fresh chives over the eggs and cocotte. "Cooking is just applied chemistry with more immediate rewards." "Is that how you see it?" "As a science experiment." She leaned forward, propping her chin on her hand. The movement caused the shirt to shift, revealing a bit more of her collarbone. I arranged the ramekins on plates, adding a small side of dressed greens and slices of toasted sourdough. "Partly, but there's also something meditative about it. Focusing on a single task, creating something that engages all the senses." I paused, considering. "It's one of the few activities I've found that quiets my mind completely. And here I thought you were just trying to impress me," she teased. Accepting the plate, I slid across the counter toward her. "That too," I admitted, surprising myself with my candor. "Is it working?" Her smile was answer enough, but she still said, "Maybe," before taking her first bite. The small, involuntary sound of pleasure she made sent an unexpected warmth through my chest. She tasted it slowly, closing her eyes. "Toshio, this tastes amazing." I smirked. "Well, I figured after everything, you deserve something better than rice and miso." We ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The only sounds were the soft clink of cutlery and occasional appreciative murmurs from Rias. I found myself watching her more than my food. The way sunlight caught in her hair, the delicate movement of her throat when she swallowed, the elegant curve of her wrist as she lifted her fork. Details I'd always noticed, but never allowed myself to truly appreciate. "This is honestly incredible," she said eventually, setting down her fork with reluctance after finishing the last bite. "Glad you like it. I can cook for you any time you want." She laughed through another bite, dabbing her lips with a napkin. "I might take you up on that. If the rest of your meals are even half this good, you'd put half the chefs in the underworld out of business." "Thank you. That's high praise. Where did you learn to cook like this?" She turned toward me after pushing her plate forward a little. "After my parents died, I was on my own, and I couldn't afford to eat out all the time. So I learned," I replied, then paused. I rarely mentioned my past existence so directly. But after last night, after nearly dying, after the emotional breakdown in my inner world, the usual filters seemed less important. I studied a lot, picked up techniques here and there. I had a good memory then, too, so once I saw something done, I could replicate it. "Your past," she said softly, her eyes studying me with gentle intensity. "You don't talk about that much." "No," I agreed. "I don't. But maybe I should start." For just a moment, I wondered if this could become a regular thing. Mornings like this, quiet meals, shared responsibilities. It wasn't something I had thought about before. Now I hoped. After breakfast, we cleaned up together in a domestic rhythm that felt oddly natural. Rias washed while I dried, our hands occasionally brushing in the exchange of plates and utensils. Each small contact seemed to linger a heartbeat longer than necessary, neither of us pulling away too quickly. When the kitchen was spotless again, I'd always been particular about cleanliness. We migrated to the living room. I sat on the couch first, and when Rias moved to take the cushion beside me, I caught her wrist gently and pulled her down across my lap instead. She made a small sound of surprise, but didn't resist, adjusting until she was lying comfortably across my lap with her head on my arm, her legs stretched along the length of the couch. "This is new," she observed, looking up at me with curiosity and something warmer. "This new side of you might be dangerous." "I'm trying new things," I replied simply. My hand found hers, our fingers interlacing with a naturalness that should have unnerved me, but somehow didn't. Like not waiting until I'm dying to recognize what matters. Her expression softened. "And what matters, Toshio?" "This. You." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the harder part of this conversation, which is why I need to tell you what happened last night. Her fingers tightened around mine. "I'm listening." "I've been hunting stray devils," I admitted, watching her face carefully. "For months now, tracking them through the forest, eliminating them, burning the bodies to hide the evidence." "I knew about the hunting," she said quietly. "Kuo is my territory. I notice when the stray population suddenly drops to near zero in the city. You never said anything. She shrugged, the movement causing the shirt to slip further off one shoulder. I figured you'd tell me when you were ready, or that you had your reasons for keeping it to yourself. I nodded, grateful for her understanding. Last night was different. I found something worse than a standard stray. Much worse. I described Gom in detail, the corrupted clearing, the miasma, the bloated form and rusted mask. Rias's expression grew increasingly from trouble to horror as I spoke, her fingers tightening around mine. I've never heard of anything like that, she said when I'd finished describing the initial encounter. A devil that can create its own domain of corruption? That's rare, even among high-class strays, devils even. It wasn't just powerful, I continued, the memory fresh despite my best efforts to compartmentalize it. It was ancient, around 400 years old from what it said, malevolent in a way that felt primordial. I tried to fight it, burn its entire domain, but that just forced it to transform into something worse. Faster, deadlier. I detailed the second phase of the fight, the transformation, the punch that had shattered my left arm and shoulder, the beating that had left me broken and dying on the forest floor. Through it all, Rias listened silently, her eyes never leaving my face, her hand a steady anchor in mine. The strange part is, I finished. I don't know how I survived. I was dying, I know I was. Gom was about to finish me with an overhead spear kick. Then I blacked out, and just when I thought I was done, someone or something saved me. I woke up at the forest's edge, still injured, barely alive. I tried to reach the city, but couldn't go on. Then I remembered your flyer and summoned you. She exhaled softly, her brows knitting. I'm sorry, I shook my head. It's not a big deal, but I'm definitely not going anywhere without one now. She nodded and gave a snort of amusement, before returning to her questioning. Do you know what saved you? She asked after a moment. I hesitated, turning my thoughts inward. The memory of my spirit standing in the rising water, watching me, silently furious, rose like a vision. I swallowed. I think I might have an idea. She tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing. What is it? I shifted beneath her, gently urging her to sit up. She pouted, but complied, nestling against me on the couch with a reluctant groan. From my inventory, I summoned a sheathed blade, my Zampacudo. I drew it out with its normal dramatic light show, the hilt wrapped in black with a crimson tsuba, the sheath plain but elegant. Rias' eyes widened slightly. She'd seen it before, but never up close. That's your sword. I nodded. Yeah, but it's not just a sword. It's something more, something tied to me. Spiritually, it has a soul, a consciousness, a personality. She blinked. Like a sacred gear? No, I said. Not like that. It's not bestowed. It's born. A part of me, but separate. It's called a Zampacudo. She has a will. And I think she's what saved me. She looked confused, no doubt wondering about such a power that didn't exist in this world. Then she did something surprising. Rias sat up fully now, her eyes fixed on the blade. May I? She asked, her hand hovering above the sheath. I nodded, and she gently touched the saya, her fingers tracing the subtle patterns etched into its surface. Thank you, she whispered to the sword, for bringing it back to us, for not letting him die alone in that forest. To my astonishment, the blade vibrated slightly against my palm, a gentle pulse that couldn't be mistaken for anything but acknowledgement. Rias's eyes widened. Did it just, she breathed. Yes, I agreed, equally surprised. That's never happened before, at least with other people. She does it with me sometimes, but it's usually almost sarcastic. She? Rias asked. I nodded. Yes, she's a woman, but I've never seen her face. Never heard her name. Rias was quiet for a moment. Then, have you tried talking to her? Yes, every time I see her. But she won't speak. The only thing I feel from her is fury, sadness, distance. But the more I feel emotions, really feel, the closer she gets. Rias went still. Then she offered something so obvious it felt like a revelation. Toshio, Rias said slowly, her gaze moving from the sword to my face. If your Zampacudo is a manifestation of your soul, of your emotions, then maybe the reason she won't fully communicate with you is because you've been suppressing her, suppressing your own feelings. Leave it to a woman to figure something like this out in an instant. The insight hit me with the force of revelation. Simple, obvious in retrospect, yet somehow I'd never connected those dots. Of course she was angry. She was my soul, and I had ignored her. You think I should apologize to her? I stated, rather than asked. To my own soul. Rias nodded. We all need acknowledgement. Especially, the parts of ourselves we try to keep hidden. I set the sword aside and pulled Rias into a tight embrace, my arms wrapping around her back, my face buried in her hair. Thank you, I murmured against her neck. You're welcome, she said in confusion, but she returned the embrace with equal fervor, her body warm and solid against mine. We stayed like that for several heartbeats, the moment suspended in perfect stillness. Then a sharp knock at the door shattered the quiet. The knock came again, more insistent this time. Rias and I separated reluctantly, though her hand lingered on my arm as I stood to answer the door. I wasn't expecting visitors. My social circle was limited by design, which meant it was likely someone looking for Rias. The crimson hair and voluptuous figure of the Gremory heiress weren't exactly inconspicuous, and her absence from Kuo Academy would have been noticed by now. I opened the door to find Akino standing on my doorstep, a serene smile on her face and a neatly folded stack of clothes in her arms. The smile didn't quite reach her eyes, which were already scanning past me into the apartment, searching. Good morning, Toshio, she said, her voice honeyed and smooth as always. Rias texted me, saying she needed a change of clothes, since she didn't come home last night. She tilted her head slightly, violet eyes fixing on mine with laser-like focus. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Just breakfast, I replied, stepping aside to let her in. Rias was close by. As she moved past me, her shoulder brushed against my chest in a touch that lingered just a fraction too long to be accidental. The subtle floral notes of her perfume, lavender and something darker, maybe sandalwood, filled my senses, an olfactory signature as distinctive as Rias's strawberry and cinnamon. Akino, Rias exclaimed, sounding pleased but not surprised. How thoughtful of you to bring me clothes. The moment Akino spotted Rias wearing nothing but my dress shirt, her serene expression flickered. It was brief, a tightening around the eyes, a subtle tensing of her shoulders, but my enhanced perception caught it clearly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees, despite the morning sunlight streaming through the windows. My, Akino said, her voice still light but carrying an edge now. You look quite comfortable, Rias. That shirt suits you, though I imagine it looked better on its owner. Care to explain why you're here and dressed like that? I don't think Grafia-sama would approve. That got an eyebrow twitch from a crimson-haired girl. Everything went well with the ORC meeting this morning, I hope? Rias asked, blatantly ignoring her question as she stretched languidly, the movement causing the shirt to ride up her thighs. Kiba and Kaneko send their regards, Akino replied. Sona was quite concerned when neither of you showed up for classes. I covered for you, of course. She set the clothes down on the coffee table next to her with deliberate care. I told her you had urgent business to attend to and that Toshio had a kendo event out of town. Thank you, Akino, Rias said warmly, then added with practiced casualness. Some things happened last night, so I decided to spend the night with Toshio. We've had such a wonderful morning. I watched the exchange with growing fascination. The words were innocuous, but the subtext crackled between them like static electricity. Rias's phrasing deliberately suggested intimacy beyond what had actually occurred, while Akino's fixed smile thinned almost imperceptibly. Is that so? Akino turned to me, her violet eyes glittering with something dangerous. Good morning, Toshio, she purred. You look well. It must have been quite the night for you to keep our precious president so occupied. Before I could respond, she closed the distance between us, wrapping her arms around my waist in a tight embrace. I've been so worried about you lately, Toshio. All those training sessions alone All those late nights no one knows about. She pulled back just enough to plant a soft kiss on my cheek, her lips lingering against my skin. Over her shoulder, I caught Rias's gaze, which had turned colder, but yet she still seemed prideful. I took a step back, nodding slightly. "Hey, Aquino." Aquino picked up and handed the clothes to Rias. "You need to change. We have to go to school and explain to Sona why you and Toshio missed today." Rias chuckled at Aquino's antics. "Aquino, thank you again for the clothes. Toshio's shirt is comfortable, but I can hardly attend school like this." She started to change right there, but Aquino turned her around and started pushing her toward my bedroom. "It's only proper that Toshio doesn't see you change in front of him, Bucho." Rias laughed again. "I do hate that I have to change, though. This shirt does smell wonderfully like him, doesn't it?" Aquino seemed to push her a little faster. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Aquino and me alone in the living room. I expected her to sit down to wait, but instead, her eyes locked on mine with predatory amusement. She stepped forward until her boobs were pressed against me, walking me backward until my shoulders hit the wall. Her body pressed against mine, the soft curves of her figure leaving nothing to the imagination. "Now," she said, voice dropping to a whisper that managed to be both intimate and threatening. "Are you going to tell me what really happened last night?" Rias's magical signature was flaring like a beacon around 4 a.m., and this morning, there's no trace of the injuries that would have warranted emergency healing magic, which wouldn't even work on a cute human like you. I blinked, surprised by her perceptiveness. "You could sense that from your house." "I can sense many things others miss," she replied, her fingertips tracing idle patterns on my cheek, "especially when it involves people I care about." "So talk, Toshio. What happened?" She asked it in a way that sounded innocent yet threatening at the same time. I considered deflecting, offering some sanitized version of events. But the memory of my promise in those moments before consciousness faded, to be more open, more honest if I survived, weighed on me. "I nearly died," I said simply. The bluntness of my answer seemed to surprise her. Her eyes widened slightly. "I was hunting in the forest and encountered something ancient and monstrous. A stray called Gom. It nearly killed me. Would have if Rias teleported to me when she did." "Gom," Aquino repeated, her playful demeanor slipping to reveal genuine concern. "That's impossible. Gom was a primordial demon general from before the Great War. He was executed centuries ago for consuming his own kin." "Apparently not," I said dryly. "Unless there's another 12-foot titan of rot and decay wandering the forests of Kuo. It had a mask, hooks embedded in its flesh. It could create its own local domain of corruption. Though that does explain why he was so old and powerful." Aquino's face paled. "How did you survive?" "I managed to escape. And then—" "Rias," I answered honestly. "She teleported to me once I used her contract flyer. She cauterized the worst wounds, brought me home, and stayed with me through the night. I'd have bled out without her." Something shifted in Aquino's expression, the jealousy still there, but tempered now with understanding. "She saved you," she said softly. "Yes." I didn't add that my Zanpakuto spirit might have played a role as well. That was a conversation for another time, with someone who already knew about her. I felt a sudden, unexpected urge to connect, not just physically, as we already were, but emotionally, without overthinking it. I pulled Aquino into a proper hug, my arms encircling her fully, my hand resting gently on the back of her head. "Nothing happened last night, though, excluding my near-death experience," I said softly. "She was wearing my shirt because her uniform got ruined. I bled on it. A lot." I felt her stiffen in surprise, then gradually relax into the embrace. Her arms tightened around me, her face pressing into the crook of my neck. For a moment, we just stood there, the competitive tension replaced by something simpler and more genuine. "Toshio," she murmured against my skin, "you can't just—" The bedroom door opened, and Rias emerged, now properly dressed in her Kuo Academy uniform. She paused, taking in the sight of us locked in an embrace, her expression cycling through surprise, jealousy, and finally settling on a resigned, sort of competitive amusement. "Well, isn't this cozy?" she remarked, straightening her skirt. "Should I leave you two alone?" Aquino pulled back from our hug, but kept one arm looped through mine, her hip pressed against my side. "Don't be silly, Rias," she said sweetly. "We were just discussing how Toshio nearly died last night. You know, the part you neglected to mention when you were describing your wonderful morning." Rias's eyes narrowed slightly. "I was waiting for Toshio to share that information if he wanted to. It wasn't my place to." "Wasn't your place?" Aquino interrupted, her voice maintaining its musical quality despite the sharp words. "You're our king. If there's a threat like the demon Gom near our territory, don't you think the rest of us should know? What if Kaneko had been out there? Or Kiba?" I felt a tension headache building. "Both of you." "You're right," Rias said, surprising both of us with her immediate concession. "I should have called an emergency meeting first thing. I was—" She glanced at me, something vulnerable flashing across her face. "I was distracted." "I understand distraction," Aquino replied, her fingers trailing up my arm in a deliberately provocative gesture. "He is rather distracting, isn't he?" Rias approached us, her stride purposeful. For a moment, I thought she might actually initiate a physical confrontation with Aquino. Instead, she stepped close to me, rose slightly on her toes, and placed a soft, lingering kiss on my cheek, mere inches from the corner of my mouth. "I need to call the others together," she said, her eyes never leaving mine. "We need to discuss this threat and formulate a plan. But you and I will talk more later, Toshio, about everything." "Of course," I replied, my voice steadier than I expected given the proximity of two extremely powerful, extremely beautiful women who seemed to be using me as the rope in their metaphorical tug-of-war. "But don't go after it yet. I need to tell you about its abilities, and I want to be there." Rias sighed in resignation. "I figured you'd say something like that. Don't worry, Toshio. You'll be included." Rias stepped back, turning to Aquino with a regal composure that reminded me she was, indeed, devil royalty. "Shall we, Aquino? There's much to prepare." Aquino's smile was perfectly pleasant and utterly false. "Of course, Bucho. After you." They departed with final farewells that were cordial on the surface, Aquino's fingers trailing across my chest as she slipped past, Rias's meaningful glance over her shoulder, but charged with undercurrents I was only beginning to fully comprehend. When the door closed behind them, I collapsed back onto the couch, exhaling a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The apartment felt suddenly empty, the silence almost oppressive after the intensity of their presence. Yet I found myself smiling, not because I enjoyed being caught between their rivalry, though I'd be lying if I claimed it wasn't flattering in a primal sort of way, but because for the first time since arriving in this world, I felt genuinely connected. To Rias, to Aquino, to my own emotions. Near-death experiences and waking up next to the most beautiful girl on the planet had a way of clarifying priorities, it seemed. The system notifications I've been ignoring all morning still hovered in my peripheral vision, blinking insistently. With a sigh, I turned my attention to them, curious what the game had to say about my catastrophic encounter with Gom and its aftermath. Whatever they contained, they could hardly be more complicated than the situation I'd just experienced.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.